Deb, are we good to go?
We're broadcasting. You're on, Mayor.
Deb, are we good to go?
Yes, broadcasting. Can you hear me?
Laura, can you tell if we're live?
Yep.
We're good to go. Well, I want to thank everybody for joining us tonight remotely. We're going to call to order the Board of Aldermen special meeting for Thursday, May 7th. And we're going to start with the invocation by Mr. Hyde. We're good to go.
Please stand.
I want to thank everybody for joining us tonight remotely. We're going to call to order the Board of Aldermen special
Bless this
meeting
town
for
and may it
Thursday,
remain
May
a beautiful
7th.
and friendly place to live.
And we're
We
going
pray
to
that this
start
board makes
with
fair
the
and informed
invocation.
decisions tonight. We also pray that our police officers, firefighters, and members of our armed services here and around the world remain safe as they risk so much for our security. We also pray that our town be spared the ravages of hurricanes and other natural disasters, and that everyone associated with the town remains safe and secure. Amen.
Amen. And if everybody could just join us for the pledge. Ready? I pledge allegiance
To the flag
To the
to
flag
the
of
United States
the States of America,
to the republic which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty, and justice
for all.
Thank you. Well, I didn't use my gavel, so I guess I should start by doing that for the first time. Okay, let's move on to the approval of the agenda. We've got a jam-packed agenda tonight, so I'd like to ask for a motion to approve the agenda.
So, second,
I believe, do we need to do,
discussion.
yes, please.
All right, so, there is, two reports that we need to add to the consent agenda. One goes in the planning report, and it is the roster of members of the planning committee. And the second report, the roster for the rezoning board.
I'm sorry, Mayor, did he say rezoning board?
So,
Brian something.
Mayor, was that rezoning board meant to be Board of Adjustment?
Board of Adjustment. And
Okay, thank you.
Planning board.
Yes, sir, thank you.
And it's the rosters for those two boards.
Any changes?
So Alderman Leonard, would you accept the amendment to your motion?
Yeah, I did. I said I would change the motion to reflect your recommended changes. So we have a motion. We need a second.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
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 Now I can hear you all too, so let's vote. Okay, so I'm going to move on to the opening remarks, and I just wanted to say a few things. Lately, you have likely noticed that we are holding our meetings virtually. We hope and believe, based off of our registration rates, that this forum is helpful to everybody attending. When we started, our Zoom subscription only allowed for 100 attendees. And based off the demand, we've increased that registration to 500. The goal was to set up and provide transparency to continue as business as usual as much as we possibly can. One example is the open forum period. We can't offer a podium and a microphone, but staff, with special thanks to Ms. Hill, has configured a feature to pre-record. I want to thank the public for their continued participation and their sacrifices. I want to thank staff for their dedication and efforts during this crisis. And I want to thank my colleagues on the board for their diligence in researching the topics at hand, so we're set to tackle these issues with the most up-to-date information and encourage dialogues with residents and property owners. Thank you. And with that, I'd like to ask Mr. Gilbride to provide the town's manager's report.
I would like to add on to your opening remarks.
Mayor McDermott, I would just like to add on to your opening remarks before we go to the manager's report. Yesterday, there was some confusion in my comments about the consideration of the public parking and short-term rental ban allowed. And I hope that our listeners didn't misunderstand my comments. I was talking about the risk of opening public parking, and had no intention of making any indication that there was any issue with guests coming to the island. This was just in relationship to whether we should open public parking or not, which obviously we did decide to open public parking. But the Topsail Island is a national seashore. Everyone should be able to enjoy it. Everyone is welcome here. So there was no intent in my comments about guests visiting the island. My comments were strictly about the risk of large groups gathering in public parking areas. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Alderman. Alderman Hyde asked me to try to keep the manager's report under an hour, and I'll do my best by just hitting the treetops. First off, the federal project, the $237 million approved project that was to restore the beaches from Surf City up through the lower 5 miles of the North Topsail Beach, was going to be done as one project, and they were driving very hard to get it done this fall, or to get started this fall. Excuse me. The Corps of Engineers has now decided to segment that project so that when the environmental window opens on December the 1st, they will begin at the Surf City line, the Surf City Topsail Beach line, and work their way north. They will not come anywhere near North Topsail Beach this year, and that'll be forwarded till next year at best. We have calls with them every other week, and in fact, they just arranged one for this week to discuss long-term financing for the deal. The deal obviously at $237 million. Federal share is 50%, and the balance is local money that is split between the state, Surf City, and ourselves. The Matthew Truck Hall project has been completed. We're now just trying to get the last of our reimbursement money back from FEMA, which is about 25% of the cost. The Florence project, they submitted a truck hall modification request because the offshore sand site that was intended for the Florence project turned out to be unacceptable. Fran Way is on this call, and he will address that, I'm sure, in his report shortly. The dredging of the New River Inlet has been delayed due to issues that the Army Corps of Engineers faced with their contractor. They anticipate still starting that up again in the fall. That'll put about 250,000 cubic yards of sand onto the north end. Town park repairs, anybody who's driven past can see that the repairs are well underway. The project began right about the same time as the COVID outbreak became news. Obtaining materials and whatever was being delayed and different parts of the project. So rather than segmenting it as originally intended, we went full speed ahead with both phases. The entire project should be finished by July 4th weekend. Town Hall, again, Mr. Stumbo is on the call and he will, I'm sure, address the Town Hall renovations. We have floor plans now. There have been some suggestions to modify it based on the HVAC system, which I understand was a continuing problem back in when the building was built and throughout its life cycle. Terminal groin, again, the review of the environmental impact statement, which has been completed. The review has been delayed again because of the COVID-19 outbreak. Parking, the paid parking will be an issue later in the meeting, and I'll be glad to go into that and explain what that's all about. Budget, of course, we've been underway and we're coming up against the budget deadlines, so that will be prepared for the board. And the MAP study, the personnel study and payment plan will be discussed by Ms. Brown a little bit later in this meeting. And that's about it for now.
Mr. Gilbride, do you know when the board will be able to see the draft of the budget? Like when will we have our review session?
I would say within about a week,
Okay.
probably a week from now.
So do we need to schedule a special meeting for that budget review? We usually do it at a work session, but we don't have the work session scheduled yet. So,
That would be my guess. We would have to schedule a special meeting to
okay.
do that.
And what we've done in the past is we've had the town manager, town clerk, and the department heads there to just kind of give us an idea of what their departments are looking for, what might be different from this year to last year. Usually, you know, police and fire are always racking up the bills around here, but it's helpful for us as we're trying to understand what's needed and required to have some dialogue.
Terrific.
So if we could work on scheduling that, I think that'd be good. Thank
I
you.
have a question as well, Mr. Gilbride.
Yes, sir.
When you were having the call with the Army Corps of Engineers,
Yes, sir.
did they
indicate in the project partnership agreement whether
to the two towns so we can see what the actual obligations are?
Not, they gave me a rundown on the cost just today, and a brief explanation of their 30-year financing program, but they themselves said it was too complicated to explain. So I'm hoping that when we have our call on Tuesday, we'll get a little more information about that for you.
Any other questions for Mr. Gilbride? No, we're good. All right. Open forum. So Deb, I believe that you might have a few folks who want to speak with us via open forum.
Good afternoon. My name is Caroline Roberts, and I am calling in regards to the special meeting for the North Topsail Beach Board of Aldermen on May 7th at 6:30. I was calling for the public comment section, hoping that my comment could be heard. I am not a citizen of North Topsail, nor do I own property there, but I am actually calling on behalf of renters. So I rented a house at North Topsail from an owner who has a house that he rents on VRBO, the rental platform. And I just wanted to seek guidance and provide recommendations. Currently, VRBO and multiple rental platforms are not recommending that travel cease unless that there is strict guidance from towns prohibiting short-term rentals. I know right now the short-term rental is only extended until May 8th. But I was especially concerned. I have been trying to cancel our reservations because I don't believe it's safe to travel right now. We are renting a house that hosts 44 people, but we only have 13 people in our group. However, we're an extremely high-risk group. 6 of us are medical doctors that work at UNC Chapel Hill. where we are actively taking care of COVID positive patients. In addition, 8 more travelers are coming from New York City, with 1 additional traveler from Germany. Again, we are not planning on coming to Topsail Beach, even if our renter is in agreement. But I am really concerned about exposing small beach towns like North Topsail to an influx of travelers that might not be using the same precautions, and would really advocate for extending your short-term rentals to extend beyond May 8th, at least until phase 2 reopens. Thank you for your listening. Thank you for your time. And thank you for hearing my comments. I support whatever you do. Thank you for your hard work in this time. Again, this is Caroline Roberts, a potential renter who will not be coming in May. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, I'm calling to comment on the paid parking proposal. This is Karen Pritchard with Surf Realty and Property Management. I do not support any paid public parking at North Topsail Beach whatsoever. We have never had any paid public parking, and we do not need it now. That's my 2 cents. Thank y'all. Bye.
Hi, I'd like to leave a comment for the meeting tomorrow at 6:30. My name is Karen Camper. My address is 1866 New River Inlet Road, unit number 3207, North Topsail Beach. I would just like to state I oppose continuing the ban on short-term rental restrictions. North Carolina Beach has opened up their beach and location to short-term rentals. New Hanover County has 34 corona cases and 3 deaths. North Topsail Beach has 52 cases and 2 deaths. The beaches here are not overcrowded, so they allow for social distancing. This is affecting people's income, and insurance companies are not granting claims. Once again, I oppose any continuation of short-term rental restrictions. Thank you.
Yes, I'm calling about the paid beach parking. I understand that you need the revenue, but I live in Sneads Ferry and already pay county taxes, so I think there needs to be some type of provision made for people like me. I love to just go over there and walk on the beach. I'm on the water over in Sneads Ferry, so my property taxes are very high, and I know North Topsail gets a portion of those property taxes. So I would appreciate it if you would consider people like here in Sneads Ferry, just like now your town offices are, that you could make some type of exception for us, or not treat us as if you would somebody coming in from out of town or not right here in the local area. So please just mention that, you know, the local people here would really like to be able included in some kind of exemption, or be able just to purchase at a discounted rate or something. There's got to be some kind of option for us. So thank you, and please share this thoughts to the aldermen before they make their decision. Thank you. Yes, I just left a message, and now I realize I didn't clearly state my name and address. My name is Jill Hennett. The address is 469 Chadwick Shores Drive, Sneads Ferry. And again, I just am requesting that some kind of exception be made for local people like me that enjoy just going over there for a daily walk on the beach. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Good morning, Deb Hill. This is Dave Souls, 1887 New River Inlet Road. I am definitely in favor of charging for parking to help out the beach restoration. I think that was a good idea for the town to do it. It was mentioned back when the income tax went up and nobody wanted to do it. So I think it's a good idea to try to get it done now. Thank you very much. Have a good day.
This is Ben Daniel, 1896 New River Inlet Road, Unit 1418. I'm definitely in favor of paid beach parking. I've been trying to get it done for years. I live owned here 21 years and have tried for a long time to get it definitely needed to take some of the expenses off of us that live here. Thank you. Bye-bye.
Hello, my name is Jeanette Weeman. I live at 102 Granger's Court in Sneads Ferry, North Carolina. I'm calling regarding the North Topsail Beach consideration for paid beach parking. 2 comments. I certainly hope that Sneads Ferry residents would get a free pass if and when parking is charged. And my second comment is, could we please consider just opening the beaches back up, regardless of whether or not there's going to be a fee for parking? We would dearly love to see North Topsail Beach open back up sooner rather than later. Thank you. Bye now.
Hi, Deborah Hill. This is Karen Taylor. I live at 1114 Clifton Road in Jacksonville. I've been a resident here over 60 years. I have a beach house on Topsail Island, and I am very upset about this pay for parking. I know things are costly, but to add parking, and this is not of high income. This is not Wilmington. This is not Wrightsville Beach. This is just Topsail Island. And I'm really upset and really against paying for anything like that. If we have to, we'll pay for the garbage move a little bit, but not this. Once it starts with collecting money, it never ends, and it gets higher and higher year after year. Next, you're going to want parking meters. So no, do not, it's going to be an election year, do not put this forward. I am totally against it. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Janine Phelps, and I'm from Richmond, Virginia, 6318 Willow Glen Road, Midlothian, Virginia. I am calling to communicate my concern for opening up short-term rentals. I am a short-term rental person that will be visiting North Topsail area. Upon reaching out to the owner and to the agencies, I have found that this industry is not quite ready to open with the correct precautionary steps to address opening their non-essential business. We have asked about cleaning procedures. We have received no more than touch points will be covered. This is insufficient for a community area that's going to be shared by numerous families week to week. We have asked about testing and tracing for the maintenance workers providing service. Again, there has been no response back as well as what they are doing to trace and test those maintenance workers, so when they are servicing the area, they are not bringing in any COVID germs. We have asked about renters from week to week, if they'll be required to report any COVID symptoms or illnesses. Again, a blank response. I understand that this is a huge economic impact to this area. I just request that guidance be given to this industry so they can take the precautionary steps to ensure a safe and healthy experience for visitors, employees, as well as the residents of your beautiful area. Thank you so much. Again, I am disappointed that we are opening up so quickly and not taking these safety precautionary steps into factor.
That concludes the public comments, Mayor.
Thank you, Deb, and thank you for everybody that took the time to send your comments in. We greatly appreciate that, and I would like to ask the clerk, I think what we need to do is be able to address these in maybe one of our FAQs or question and answers this week, because we actually have done a lot of work on the topics that were discussed as questions there. So I'd like to make sure that everybody understands what we are doing as the town to communicate what our expectations are with the reopening as it relates to short-term rentals. Thank you. Okay. Next. And so we're moving into the public presentation and hearing session. So the map study will be next. And I'd like to introduce Ms. Cheryl Brown for that topic. Ms. Cheryl Brown of the MAPS Group is joining us tonight. Just to provide a little bit of a background, the Board of Aldermen approved a contract with the MAPS Group to conduct a pay study and policy review for the town. It's been a while since the last study had been completed, and based off our retention rates, we were concerned that we weren't being competitive as an employer, and retention is quite expensive. We don't want to train our staff for other towns and organizations. We'd like to retain them. We also want to have tools to help with our recruitment. Ms. Brown pre-recorded her presentation to help us streamline tonight. Ms. Brown, I think it would be helpful if you could go through the management recommendation document with us, since we've received the presentation and the binders ahead of the meeting. I actually brought mine tonight. I think it would be sufficient to just hit the highlights of the report.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Thank you for having me. Thank you to the Board of Aldermen for allowing me to do the work for you, and also for allowing me to pre-record a presentation that hopefully helped to walk you through the various components of the report. And I'm happy, once we go through the management recommendations, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. Again, just trying to expedite your work for tonight, because I'm a 30-year local government retiree, and I've been to a lot of very lengthy board meetings over my day. So I respect the work that you do and the time that you take to do it. So your personnel policy recommendations, we prepared this type of a document for all of our clients. Many of the sections within the personnel policy and management recommendations are, I guess, less impactful on the work of the town and the work that you've always been doing. So I did want to bring your attention, as I said in my original presentation, to several of the management recommendations that we're making, just to bring those to your attention. The first one would be recommendation number 5. I'm looking at your screen as well. So there we go. Personnel policy recommendation or management recommendation number 5. And this is just a recommendation that the town manager be encouraged and be permitted to consider a program to award employees for obtaining certifications related to their work. And what this does for you is encourage your employees to gain additional knowledge, skills, and abilities that will be beneficial to the town. There may be some roles that require some specific certifications. For example, in public works, oftentimes you have those types of certifications that are needed, and just provides a mechanism for the manager to recognize those employees, whether it be through a base pay increase, or either I also see many times lump sum increases for employees, so that you don't continue to add to the base pay for employees who gain multiple certifications over the year. So that is one with cost implications, and these are the ones that I did want to try and point out for you. The second one I want to bring to your attention is actually number 6. And several years ago, the North Carolina General Assembly instituted a legal mandate that employers should allow their employees to take time away from work to attend functions at their child's school, parents, guardians, persons standing in loco parentis of school-age children. And the law actually requires that employers provide 4 hours of unpaid leave to employees for these efforts. And this doesn't mean you get time away from work to go for a football game or a social type of an event at the school. This is for parent-teacher conferences, for participating in classroom education and those sorts of things. So we included recommendation number 6 in discussing this with town management as we develop the report and the recommendations, they felt it was important to allow employees the option to take paid time to be involved in children's education and children's school activities. And this is not unusual with the work that I've done across the state as a consultant with MAPS Group. We have been seeing jurisdictions that have been allowing this to be paid time because they do consider it to be so important with children and education these days. So there again, it would be just a different bucket of leave to say that the employee would have to use to participate in school involvement activities. The next one I'll bring your attention to would be number 7. And I realized when I reviewed your policy and in talking with staff that you currently don't offer an employee assistance program to staff. And employee assistance programs or EAPs, you may be familiar with them, but they are often offered to members of the workforce and their family to help those employees when they may be facing situations that are impacting their performance at work, maybe impacting their relationships at home, could be financial implications. There are lots of different reasons that an employee would seek out counseling at an EAP program. And my experience over the years is EAP programs are beneficial and the services are typically provided to employees, whether it's the first 3 visits or the first 6 visits, the employees can go there for free. They do not have to pay a copay to go see a psychologist or a psychiatrist within the health insurance program. So this is a mechanism for employees, hopefully, to get some assistance at no cost to the employee, at least initially, that will help them maintain their performance and hopefully potentially improve performance and help alleviate whatever the concerns are that they may be experiencing. The next one that I'll bring your attention to is recommendation number 10. And this recommendation has to do with employees that you have that are members of the National Guard or Armed Forces Reserve. And your policy allows for those employees to have 10 working days of military leave training annually. We have to do that as employers, public sector employers within the state. And when those employees go to do their annual training with the Guard or the Reserves, they are compensated somewhat by the military to do that. But oftentimes the pay that they receive from the military does not equate to the pay that they receive from the town. So I do see jurisdictions that offer what we call a differential pay. And all that is additional compensation for those members of the military that brings their pay level while they're during their training to the level that it would be if they were still working as town employees. So again, that's these all, okay, something just happened, but I'm not sure. So these all have some cost implications. So that's why I wanted to review these with you. And then if we go to the next page, recommendation number 12 would be the next on our list. And the policy that you had in place, which originally was adopted in August of 2010, dictated that sick leave be used in the event of a death in the employee's immediate family. And that's quite atypical in the market. So my recommendation to town management was that you allow sick leave to be used for illness of the employee or immediate family members, and you institute a bereavement leave policy, which is the funeral leave policy for staff, and that it be structured the same way that it was when you mandated that sick leave be used for death, but that it would be, pardon me, a separate leave bucket for employees to pull from in the event of a death in the immediate family. And then the final recommendation is a little technical, so I apologize if I seem a little technical in the delivery, but number 13, the previous policy that was adopted in August of 2010 did dictate that employees accrue leave, holiday leave, sick leave, and vacation leave based on the amount of hours that they earn in a pay period, not necessarily the amount of hours that they may work in a day. And I provided an example about midway down through the paragraph to hopefully illustrate what we have. You may have an employee who works a 12-hour day, but within a 2-week period, they only work 7 12-hour days. And within a 2-week period, an employee who works an 8-hour day actually works 10 8-hour days. So that's why it's important you have to look at the time worked during the 2-week pay period. For example, the 12-hour person would work a total of 84 hours, where an 8-hour person would work a total of 80 hours. And somewhere along the way, the leave that was granted by the town was based on, or the leave that was accrued was based on the number of hours worked in a day. And this does not make that a fair accrual of leave time for both the holiday, the sick, and the vacation time between the different segments of employees. For example, your person who worked a 12-hour day was getting a 12-hour day accrual of sick leave versus the person who worked an 8-hour day was getting an 8-hour day accrual of sick leave, when actually the 12-hour a day person should have been accruing 8.4 hours per day of leave. So like I said, that's a bit technical, but hopefully the example that I provided in the documentation will help to make that a little bit clearer. And those were the few recommendations that I referred to in the video that I recorded for you and has been provided to you. And I just wanted to highlight those to you this evening for the in-person presentation, I guess. And Mayor, that's all I had at this point.
Well, thank you so much. Deb, can you hear me a little bit better? Laura, is that better? Okay. I've been asked to slow down speaking, so I'm going to try and turn my mic on. So hopefully this is better. Do we have any questions from the board?
Yes, this is Mike Benson. Ms. Brown, my question is going to number 1 under management recommendations. You talk about a mixture of management procedures, separate policies, and the personnel policy. And my question is, in going through to revise the personnel policy, did you remove any of those management procedures or separate policies that were not part of the personnel policy in the revised personnel policy that we have?
Yes, sir. And thank you for your email. I did, there was one section, and I hope I can illustrate this for you. I'll try and give the best example that I can. The town actually had done a great job with the original policy back in 2010 of limiting the amount of detail and procedural detail in the personnel policy. So I commend you all for that. There was one policy that looked like it had been written at some point in time, and that was a policy that related to voluntary shared leave. And there was a voluntary shared leave program, and it was the complete policy that had been dropped into the original personnel policy from August of 2010. And that went into great detail about the purpose, the policy, the various guidelines that that had been put in place for the procedures that employees would take in order to apply for that leave program, the stipulations of the leave program. And what we did is, instead of all of that detail in the personnel policy that is passed by resolution by the board, we simply shortened that, and it now reads, the town manager has the authority to create administrative procedures whereby employees may donate vacation to other employees who have major illnesses or need leave to care for family members with major illnesses. So we took out all of the kind of the nitty gritty detail, which you would find administratively in a policy, and just gave the broad authority from your direction to the manager to develop those policies and the procedures and implement those. So that's what that number 1 refers to. And there was only that one instance where that was the change that we made.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Any other board members have questions?
Is there? Type of classroom design institute, something like that, or start something like that?
No, I haven't looked into doing that at all. At this point, pending, pending your approval of the plan itself. Employee assistance programs are terribly expensive in general, though, and they're also often not heavily used. So it keeps the cost down. We will certainly look into it if you decide to. We can adopt this plan.
Is that not something that might be covered by health insurance as well?
That yes, it very well could be. And I'm speaking with the finance officer today. She has a meeting where we both do next week with the insurance people to review the insurance renewal for health and benefits. And that was one of my questions was, does it already exist? Is it covered? And, would an EAP be unnecessary based on a medical plan?
So is it appropriate, Mr. Gilbride, to assume that as we go through the budget process, the items here that you recommend implementing for North Topsail Beach moving forward, we'll have some information on, so we'd be able to determine the impact to our current budget?
Oh, certainly. There weren't a lot of dollar impacts. For example, the salary recommendation that Brown makes, she recommends we two and gave specific salary increases, and when I plug those all into the budget, to the loss of some salaried people and whatever over the past year or so, impact on the budget was not as dramatic as even she outlined it to be. When this report was done, you had a longtime fire chief, police chief, I think, and of course, Mr. Chadwick and some others. So there have been savings in the budget due to attrition that almost eat up the increases that will come from accepting the salary change.
And I believe, just to remind the board too, the reason that we had entered into the MAP study was exactly what we had discussed earlier. We were having issues retaining folks that were spending a lot of time training as it relates to, I think, specifically police and fire. So we thought it was really important to make sure that if we are low, we're able to know what the adjustments should be and be able to correct them and ensure everybody is being treated fairly.
Correct.
Well, to that end, I have a recommendation to the recommendation, if you will. I'd be interested to hear Ms. Brown's thoughts on this. And I'm specifically looking at recommendation number 10 regarding differential pay for employees that are members of the Guard or Reserve when they go and do their 2 weeks. As I understand the policy, that it's pretty standard to make up the difference if an employee makes less while they're a drilling reservist on orders than they make when they're working back home. And what I'd like to see us just do is consider, given as small as we are and as few reservists and Guard members as we have, is to just go ahead and pay them their full salary while they're gone for their 2 weeks.
And actually, Tom, in the public sector, I think that that's pretty common that they do that.
Ashley, no. Having had some time in the public sector between getting out and coming back into the military, the one company I worked for had an exact the exact policy that we had here. And they made up the difference if there was any to make up. And if there wasn't a difference to make up, you didn't get anything from them, but you were getting more from your military employer. But I think given our size, and I don't know how many people we have that are reserve or guard members. I don't think it's very many. And I think that it would not break the piggy bank to just go ahead and pay them when they're on their 2 weeks orders. Now, when they get mobilized to go to the sandbox for a couple of years or a year or 90 days or whatever, then they're on their own. But for this, for now, to go do their 2 weeks at Fort Campbell, Kentucky, or wherever it might be, I think it would speak well of the town to support the Guard and the reserves.
I actually think it would be a nice benefit and a perk to attract some of those folks who may have retired even from services to want to come to North Topsail Beach. So I think that that is something that, I would recommend that we talk about during budget time.
Certainly.
Okay.
Anybody else? Okay. All right, we are going to move on to the next item, which is update on our beach projects, and our engineer, Mr. Franway of ATM, is on the line.
May I interrupt?
Hello,
Can we get board
Mayor,
direction
board.
on if we are implementing the plan as presented today?
You just always want an answer. Yes, so we need to make a motion, it sounds like, on the plan that was presented today. Are we ready as a board to make a motion? Does anybody want to make a motion? Alderman Leonard.
Okay. Yeah, I'll make the motion that we approve the plan as presented with the change that I recommended to recommendation number 10. Do I need to spell that out, or can we catch it? Okay.
So this is just the personnel policy recommendations.
In salary. The salary
And the
adjustments as
salary
well.
range that's associated with
I'll definitely
classifications.
defer to Ms. Brown, but I believe you have a few options. You can approve personnel policy, that is, you could approve the salary increase of range first.
Madam Mayor? Hello? Mayor?
Laura, you need to unmute.
Hold on a second, Brian.
Laura's mic was muted. There you go.
I'm sorry, but I think the town attorney wants to speak now.
Well,
Sorry about that.
I just want to be clear with Alderman Leonard's modification. Is that limited to annual 2 weeks, or I think we should put parameters on that? Particularly during these times. Can you guys hear me?
Hey,
Brian,
Brian, I hear you, and I agree. The issue is if you go to paragraph 10, and it talks about the employee being allowed 10 working days of military training leave annually, which is basically a 2-week reserve stint because it's 5 work days for 2 weeks.
Right. So
5 work days times 2. And what I'm saying is for the 10 working days that are stipulated in paragraph 10, recommendation 10, that we would pay the employee his full salary, vice a differential salary.
Okay, Madam Clerk, do you have that? Because that's enough definition for me. I just wanted to make sure that we had parameters on that, because particularly as we know right now, they could be called up for significantly longer than 2 weeks. So I can't tell if you guys can hear me.
Mobilization orders.
Okay.
And
so we're talking about training.
I can hear you, Brian.
Well, Tom, your clarification is fine with me.
Annual training.
Laura, if you have that, then let's incorporate that into
Okay.
the motion and we're good. Thank you.
Incorporated.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
So that was for Tom's, I just want clarification now. That was for Tom's change to the management plan about the salary. We need a vote on the salaries as well.
She provided several recommendations within here or several suggestions on how to, I'm trying to remember where it was in here. Pay recommendations, page
Yeah.
14. I think.
I just saw them.
Did somebody get this?
And within those,
Page 19.
page 16.
16, yeah.
If you look at page 16, there were two options. To catch the town up overall where it needs to be. It doesn't itemize which employees need the raises or where, but I think it's the clerk and I talked about it a little bit before the meeting began, and I would entertain as I think we need to entertain a recommendation from staff at this point, from the manager and from the clerk, who also, as we all know, serves as our human resources guru. Do they recommend option 1 or option 2, and why?
My recommendation was option 2, largely because it had the lower immediate impact on our budget, and yet managed to bring everyone back into line with Ms. Brown's recommendations.
And that would be starting June 1st.
Yes, sir.
My only question, Mr. Gilbert, would be for the departments that are the most impacted by this implementation strategy in general. Have you spoken with those department heads? Are they on board with this, and do they think that would be enough to help with retention?
Yes, I've spoken to them all. I've shared some of the numbers with them, and they seem to feel it would be satisfactory.
Okay. So do we have a board member who would like to make a
I'll
motion?
make the motion that we approve implementation strategy option number 2 to be implemented per the MAP study, the recommendation. That makes sense?
A second.
Any discussion?
All in favor?
The clerk call roll.
Yeah.
Sorry for the feedback. Still on mute.
Alderman Leonard.
Aye.
Alderman Hyde.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Benson.
Aye.
Alderman Peters.
I don't see them.
Mr. Eads, as a matter of procedure, do we count Alderman Peters' votes as ayes? I believe he was present at the beginning of the meeting.
You do.
If he does not vote and he's present, then a no vote counts as an aye. Can you hear me?
Thank you for that clarification.
Okay,
Yes, thank you.
you're welcome.
Okay, next on the agenda
Mayor?
is the proposal for coastal services from Mr. Franway. Yes.
Mayor,
Yes, ma'am.
This is Cheryl Brown. I hate to jump
Yes.
in here but I did understand that you all took a vote on the management recommendations with the adjustment made by Board Member Leonard. And you also took a vote on the pay plan implementation. The other piece the board would need to adopt would be the full personnel policy revision. And I don't know if you want to do that this evening as well, or folks need more time to go through that lengthy document, but that is another piece that would need to be adopted by the board.
I like to see us go through it tonight because I read it today and I don't want to forget all of it.
And I believe we've all been reading up on it as it was delivered to our home. So are we ready to make a vote on that?
I'll make the motion that we adopt the personnel policy as presented in the map study.
Clerk, can you call roll?
Alderman Leonard,
Aye.
Alderman Hyde,
Aye.
Alderman Benson,
Aye.
Alderman Peters.
So that motion has passed. Ms. Brown, can you think of anything else we need to talk about tonight for the map study?
No, ma'am, I can't. I just appreciate your time and your attention and your review.
Well, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you very much, and y'all have a good evening. I hope your meeting doesn't go too late.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Madam Mayor,
Thank you, ma'am.
Madam Mayor.
Bye-bye. Yes, sir.
That's two votes.
Yes, sir.
That is two votes.
Can you hear me?
that-
Yes.
Yes, that's two votes that Alderman Peters, we could not hear whatever his response was. I don't know if someone could perhaps contact him like we did at the last meeting. But I just remind the board that he was present for the quorum. He has not been excused. I'm sure he is trying his best to participate, but to the extent there's a vote and we do not get a response from him, that until he's excused, that's counted as a vote in the affirmative.
Mr. Benson just walked out to try and contact him, Mr. Eads, and see if it might be easier for him if he's having technical trouble to participate on the cell phone. So we'll just take, well, actually, we can still move forward with Mr. Way because that's not a vote, that's an update. So Fran, I'm going to introduce you for the third time.
Hi. Thank you, Mayor. And hello to the board and everyone. I am giving you an update. And let me know if I cut out or anything like that. The permit modification has been submitted to the DCM, Heather Coates, they're reviewing it. And this is for the truck haul. It essentially starts where the last one stopped, and it will do essentially the northern 5 miles of beach when the previous did it 5 miles of the southern beach. And then for the area near the sandbags from Topsail Reef Villas to the inlet, we haven't included that in the permit modification as yet because we are hoping to build upon that 250,000 cubic yards of material that the Corps was supposed to put in place this last spring. As soon as that project goes, we are going to work with them to ensure that this dune project will go all the way up to the inlet. With those sandbags, there are some issues with placing sand in front of those sandbags and some other technical things. And it would be much easier for us to permit this and do this project, even with trucks in the water and that sort of thing, after that 250,000 cubic yards of material is placed that the Corps is supposed to place from the New River Inlet and the AIWW area. The bid package for the truck haul, since we've submitted that permit modification, we are also working on the bid package. We've talked with two of the upland mines, ST Wooten and 421 Sand, and they've both been used. They're very nice, very good processed sand, good color, nice coarseness. We've talked with both of them, and they really do need a lot of time to prepare their stockpiles of sand on site. So they both encouraged us to get the bid package out by June. And so we are working on getting the bid package out in concert with getting the permit modification done. This will be competitively bid, as it is, there is FEMA funding towards it. And so we need to competitively bid this project, and there's some state funding as well. I did speak with Steve Dial, and he kind of reiterated just what the town manager, Dave, said about the long-term inlet stabilization project, which is, usually referred to colloquially as the terminal groin project, but there are several other alternatives that we are looking at as well, not just the terminal groin. We're looking at that, but that has been delayed, and we encourage the Army Corps of Engineers, in particular Mickey Sugg, and even maybe someone above him. They're much more responsive to elected officials and even to the town manager and town staff than they are to consultants in many cases. And at some point here, we might have to get some people from the board to call Mickey and really try to get this together, because Steve Dial has complained a little bit that the responsiveness to him through this whole process has not been great the last few months. The category G project for Florence, we're still trying to work on that, trying to find that offshore bar area. As you recall, there were the rocks in that area, in the bar area. And then we were limited to a cutter head dredge and not a hopper. We're still trying to get that done. And especially since as Dave mentioned earlier, the Corps, the big project, the 13 million cubic yard project, is going to start, down near at the southern end of Surf City and work up to North Topsail Beach. So theoretically, if, as the town manager spoke, it could be several years until North Topsail Beach, the phase 5 shoreline, gets any sand. It could be several years. So we do think it's a good idea to really try to push forward with this category G Florence project. And we're going to continue to look into that, even though we are running into some, the regulatory is giving us a lot of opposition, especially with the bar area. And then, so the Dorian project, sorry, that's my dog. Hopefully you didn't hear her. The Dorian project, that's what the proposal was today. Hurricane Dorian did not hit the shoreline as badly as some of the other storms, but preliminarily we did calculate about 80,000 cubic yards of material lost during Dorian. And the FEMA, FEMA is working up and down the state coastline for Dorian projects. And it's Bob Glass, and it's the same guy from FEMA who did the Florence stuff. So he's very familiar with us. He's very familiar with the town of North Topsail Beach. And he kind of wants us to get him his analysis so he can work for this. For the Dorian project, we're going to look at the entire beach from, phase one up New River Inlet down to the border with Surf City. But it probably is going to be the phase one and phase five shorelines are the quote unquote engineered beach that are probably going to get that 80,000 cubic yards. And we will do the dune analysis for the quote unquote natural beach from reaches 2 through 4. But the dunes really did not get hit like they did for Florence. And but we'll look at all that. And so that's a general background, a general update on the projects, in addition to what the town manager mentioned.
So Fran, it's Mayor McDermott. I do have a question, and it goes back to the 250 yards from the core. We keep talking about, we didn't receive that this year because they weren't able to get to us with the dredge. That's correct, right? That's the sand that you're talking about?
Correct.
So I guess I'm
basically
concerned that what if
phase
it
one
doesn't appear
shoreline,
next year?
The sandbags on.
I guess, Fran, my concern would if that sand doesn't appear
if
next
that
year
does
from the
not
core.
Yes.
Is it guaranteed?
Yes. We will. It's fairly guaranteed at this point, but we will get sand this winter on that north end. It is really, it's only about 20,000 cubic yards of material. So modifying that project, similar to what the town did this year with, the truck haul, the phase 5 truck haul project got modified in about January and February to tack on that extra material and they got that in relatively quickly. And we're confident we can, if we'll look in October, even in September, we should really get a better feel for where the core is with that 250,000 cubic yard project. And at that point, we can modify permits to include that the last 3,000 feet of shoreline. So I understand your concern, and we will get sand. We will include that in the project this winter.
Okay.
Whether that 250,000 or not.
Okay. Any
Do we have anything in writing from the Corps about having canceled but the same contractor is committed to doing the job in November?
No, we have received nothing in writing. I've talked to Mickey about it, but I'm not surprised nobody committed writing to anything.
I feel more comfortable if we had something from them.
I would too.
Well, and that's the point I'm wondering, Jerry, if we shouldn't just budget that's not going up here and just move forward with the permit instead of having to do a modification. But I'm certainly not the expert in that area, but I'm concerned if it didn't appear today, we're in the same situation next year.
From the comments that I've heard from the Army Corps, they are holding the contractor accountable for the project that was to be completed this year. And the contractor did not complete it this winter as he was under contract to do. So it's my understanding the Army Corps is holding that contractor to that contract, and he will have to finish the last 2 projects, one of which is ours, starting in November through the winter months. So I think it's that we we're just going to have to sort of trust them that the Army Corps is holding the contractor to the contract that.
I understand that, and I just, in my mind, trust them to finish it this year too. And I'm just concerned that it doesn't go out next year. We get something that says, oh, it's going to rebid because this contractor flaked or whatever. And now it's going to be, yes, it's rebid, but you're number 6 on the list again next year to do some things. And we run into this whole issue. I'd like to find if there's a way that we can push so we're number 1 or 2, depending on how many projects they have left on that list, and that they're going to start, and that we have something in writing that says yes.
I don't think it's out of line for us to expect to get some kind of a written synopsis of what happened from the Corps of Engineers. Effectively, if the Corps of Engineers could write us a letter that essentially stated what you just said is going on with this contract. Facts are, we're supposed to get it, whatever reason, be it COVID or difficulties with the dredge, or whatever the specific reason or reasons were that the project was not completed. And the anticipation is that given the 2020/21 dredge season, that the project will pick up where it has left off, or something to that level of detail, nothing real more other than just put in writing what you just said. This happened. We know, and we can at least have something that we can plan.
So Alderman Leonard, the one thing that Mr. Way asked us to do, sorry, is if we could have a board member work with the Army Corps of Engineers, and just, we understand that they're backlogged just like everybody right now, but maybe one of us from the board contacts them and asks for it in writing, and just to push forward with the relationship that we do have with them, and just work together to get everything complete.
Now, it's my understanding that did you not go to the Corps right after you took over, or did Brian Chadwick go to the Corps before he left? And talk to Mickey or somebody down there?
I did. I've talked to them a couple of times, and apparently the Corps has 2 divisions. There's permitting. I think I'm talking to the wrong side as far as talking to the permitting, and what I got to do is get to the operations people, and I did get some phone numbers on my last call with him. So if you like, I'll pursue it this week, and if I come up empty, drop back 10 yards and punt.
I'm kind of curious as to why Fran's here so he can answer why we would not use a manager for this instead of a board member.
Well, let's start with manager, and if I can get a resolution.
Okay.
That we need to contact the Army Corps is the person in charge of an agreement with the state, named as Brandon Duke. To manage with on pipeline bridge that we're talking about.
So do you know this gentleman? Could you maybe just join Mr. Gilbride and have an introductory call and get that set up, and we'll just move forward that way? That's good. Thank you.
I would have to think that Brendan had a report on this. He's had to testify what went on and send that report up. I would think kind of that same report could go down level to us. Give us some kind of idea of what's going on.
Well, and to add to that, if we were still doing the quarterly stakeholders meetings up in New Bern, which seemed to have kind of fallen by the wayside with COVID-19, those gentlemen were there from the Corps, and they briefed usually brief where we were in the dredging cycle and what was supposed to have been done and what was not, what was next. And so I agree with you that somewhere out there, there's a presentation, or somewhere out there, there's a memorandum to somebody, to their boss, or to their boss's boss, a district director, or a deputy district director, or someone within that chain of command. Remember, the Corps of Engineers is the Army Corps of Engineers, so that's chain of command. Somewhere there's a boss that's getting briefed on this stuff, and we need to know where it is, because I'm a little concerned too. Not to belabor the point, but throughout those meetings in New Bern with the stakeholders, you know, it kept shifting to the right. It kept shifting to the right. And, you know, I remember going to one with Brian Chadwick and raising a hand and saying, hey, you know, we're running into an environmental window here at about the time you say you're going to have that dredge in the New River Inlet. And it wasn't just turtles. It was birds too, and clams. And so, I mean, you know, but they kept saying, oh, we're going to do it. We're going to do it. And then of course, the COVID-19 gave everybody a sort of a free pass. And that's what got us to where we are today.
Okay, so one request real quick. For those of you trying to listen to us on the phone, we're having a lot of feedback. So we're actually not over talking each other. It's just the delay in the audio. So we do apologize for that. And I think we as a board in the room, maybe we raise our hand if we're going to talk and let the other person finish and give it a second to stop, because Deb is saying some of it's going to be unable to hear. So, and I think just the other point I'll try to make, because I think we can move off of the Army Corps, is that I definitely think that everybody is trying to find the new way to work today in this COVID environment. Tom, you mentioned the meetings that used to be held quarterly. So I think what we need to do is exactly what we said, and just have Mike and Mr. Gilbride reach out, have some introductions, and just make sure we have an open line of communication for North Topsail Beach. And Mr. Bride can certainly reach out to any of us if he needs help, or he certainly can reach out to Fran as well. Mike, did you want to say something else?
I have two more questions for Fran in his report. The first is related to hurricane Dorian. And Fran, you indicated there would be approximately 80,000 yards of sand. So I assume that would be a truck haul. Do you have an estimated cost that you could give us for the putting 80,000 into the shoreline?
That should be maybe about $400,000, $500,000.
Okay, thanks. The other question, and I apologize. Other question I had for you, Fran, was and I apologize if you already covered this when I stepped out of the room a few minutes ago. The Category B Florence truck haul, you were talking about expanding the permit. Are you including the state money, 1.5 million or 2 million, we're not sure which it is, from the state to add to that Florence truck haul project? Thank you.
Yes, we are looking at maybe about right at the moment, about 185,000 cubic yards of material placed, and the FEMA mitigation is about in that spot, it's about 125,000 cubic yards. So there is additional material we're putting on the beach that goes beyond the FEMA. And then we're also planning on modifying that. The area up near the north end is in an inlet hazard area, which has got additional restrictions. It's got the sandbags, which has additional restrictions. And then it's also got, a lot of times these dune projects are a lot easier if we stay landward of the mean high water line. So then the Army Corps of Engineers doesn't even have to get involved in the permitting. And at this point, that's kind of why we're hoping, as soon as that Corps project puts that 250,000 cubic yards of material, a lot of those problems with working in the seaward of the mean high water line go away, and it makes the permitting much easier.
Okay, thank you.
And do you have more that you're going through still?
And that Dorian project. No, that's about it. I just, the 80,000 cubic yards, we're going to go look and we're going to try to maybe even increase that. But that is, as Alderman Benson mentioned, that's a small amount of material, but it's still significant. And it will help the shoreline. And it would be very easy to kind of construct in place with a truck haul. And that's about it.
Fran, do we need to
update?
Approve a proposal tonight for coastal services for Dorian?
Yes.
I will make a motion that we accept the proposal for ATM to accept the proposal for Dorian Engineering.
Alderman Leonard.
Aye.
Alderman Hyde.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Benson.
Aye.
Alderman Peters.
Town clerk, I'm not hearing anything. Are we still, can you hear me? Miss Hill, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Brian. I think they're all on mute, trying to get a hold of Mr.
Brian,
Peters.
I can hear you.
Okay. Fran, how are you, sir? Fran, if you can hear me, I hope you're well. Hope to see you soon.
Good. How are you doing?
And what, Mr.
So, Brian, you can't hear me either?
No, I can hear you fine, Fran. You're actually the only person I could hear other than the host, Deb Hill. And now I can hear the mayor. And I can hear someone else. Fran, I hope you're well. Hope to see you soon, sir.
I think we need to ask for motion, Jerry's motion.
Yes.
A motion to recess for a few minutes to try and assist Mr. Peters to see if we can find him. In a second. Okay. Deb, take a recess here.
Mayor.
We did this, we had one person.
Mayor, you can call a recess without a motion if you'd like, as the chair of the meeting. Laura, if you heard me, would you convey that to the mayor?
There's a significant delay. It sounds like everybody's talking with each other. So it's not something we are doing. I think
It's nothing, it's got nothing to do with setup.
I don't believe it's connections. You don't think it might help if we just went back to what we did last time with one person turning their volume? Certainly can.
So Brian, it looks like a lot of them are in the same room, and that's why there is some echoing.
I mean, that's.
And just connection problem.
I guess the band, because there's so many people.
So Brian?
Yeah, Fran, I can hear you perfectly. Can you hear me?
They're in recess right now. I've got all the mics on mute until they can get Mr. Peters on the phone. They also think that they're having a bandwidth problem. If I'm going to put you guys on mute also, and then I'll let the mayor come back up. All right, sorry about that. They keep talking. They keep talking over.
Hey, Frank, can you hear me?
Yes. Thanks, Dave.
He just heard you, Dave.
We did. So, Fran, we're actually done with you. If you'd like to sign off, have a nice evening.
Okay.
Fran, before you do that, Fran, can you hear me? This is Brian
Okay.
Eads.
Sure.
Hey, Fran.
Thank you. Thanks for everyone's time.
Fran.
And
Brian
if
Eads.
anyone needs to call me,
Shit.
yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Fran, this is Brian Eads. I'm trying to find your cell number. I know I had it. I can't locate it, but if you have mine, if you would be so kind as to text me from yours, I would like to talk to you. I hope you heard at least a portion of that.
Okay. Okay.
Thanks, Fran. Thanks, Fran. Be safe, sir.
I did. Okay.
Well, this delay is infuriating. Why didn't we have that? Why did?
Okay, for everyone that's still with us, the Board of Aldermen are on recess right now. And I believe that there's one technical difficulty that they're trying to resolve. The other is that they're trying to get a hold of Alderman Peters on the phone. So we appreciate your patience in with us as we're trying to broadcast this to you, and just hang in there with us.
Deb, can you hear me?
I can hear you, Brian, but when you were talking, your volume was so loud, I had to go out in the middle of my backyard to talk on the phone.
I'm so sorry. How about now? Is that here? Should I turn it down? Is that better? Is that better?
Yes, that's good. And if everyone will just wait to be recognized by the mayor, like whenever you say mayor, give her a minute because they're on like a 10-second delay.
Gotcha.
Give her a minute for her to hear your voice and then to recognize you, because what happens is everybody's got their mics on, everybody's talking over top of each other, and it is completely inaudible.
Got you. But Deb, if you can hear me, all I wanted to say was great job for putting all this together. That's all I want to say.
Well, we're not ready for Hollywood yet, but we're going to keep trying, and hopefully the YouTube videos, will be okay. And so for folks that missed any portion, they can kind of fast forward through some of the technical difficulties that we have.
You have done this in the middle of a pandemic, and I truly appreciate it. And my hat's off to you, Deb.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, Deb.
I'm gonna mute myself now.
Yes, sir. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
I just want to reiterate slowly that we really aren't talking over each other in the room. So I just don't want folks that are actually listening at home to think that's happening. We're actually trying to raise our hands so that we can acknowledge the next person that wants to speak and try and wait for it to, for the delay to end. So we really do sincerely apologize for that, for those trying to listen.
I think it's starting to clear up because I can hear your audio as I see your lips move. And so there was a bandwidth problem earlier. I think that we've gotten past that. You're on mute.
Yep, I was letting the room know that I believe we're ready to move forward. And the next item on the agenda would be an update on our town hall and town park from Mr. Stumbo. So hopefully Mr. Stumbo is still with us.
I am still with you. Hopefully you're still with us. Got a little more wire between me and you guys, so hopefully you can hear me good. Mr. Gilbert gave a little bit of an update. I'm going to go ahead and give a few more details that kind of clarify a few things on the park, and then we'll talk about the town hall. As he mentioned, they're moving forward expeditiously, and it's looking good out there. I'm glad to say that they are on schedule for the first part of the project, which would be the renovation portion, restoration portion, southwest side of site. That's from the restrooms toward the volleyball court. And because the park has been closed, they have definitely moved ahead on the northeast portion of the site where the tennis courts are. So they've taken advantage of the fact that nobody's out there. They've already done the demolition of the tennis courts and that paved parking area. So they're moving ahead on that side quickly also. So it's moving well. There's been no significant challenges that we've had to face so far. As was mentioned, there's a couple material items that might be seeing a delay due to COVID, specifically the park benches. Not a big issue as they can finish everything and install the benches afterwards if they need to. So we're pleased with the progress we're seeing on that. For the town hall, to update you where things are going on that, we had a video conference with staff 2 weeks ago to review the plans. Coming out of that meeting, we had a couple minor plan revisions, a lot of conversations about different portions of the building, and a lot of time talking about bathrooms of all things, trying to get the existing toilet rooms so that they meet the current accessibility requirements. So we had that meeting, and then last week while I was on site visiting the park, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Anders, and I'm not sure the gentleman's name, but he was a HVAC technician that has been maintaining the town hall's air conditioning. We all met at the town hall, talked about a number of items, which has generated a couple other possible plan changes, which we presented to staff yesterday. So they haven't had a chance to review those and make any recommendations or comments on that yet. So I anticipate probably next week we'll have all the changes tied together so that we can get the engineers working on the project. So that's the next phase of the project where we're getting the plumbing, mechanical, and electrical engineers released so that they can move forward, and then we can finish the entire set of drawings. So that's where we're at right now. I'll be more than happy to address any questions that the board might have.
Mr. Stumbo, it's Joanne. I do have a few questions. The first one was, I know you mentioned restrooms. I was wondering when in the park phase, the restrooms there and the concession stand would be open.
The way we originally scheduled the project was that the way we originally scheduled the project was 2 phases, as you recall. So doing the one half while we're doing the other half. And at that point, the restrooms would be open pretty much throughout. But since the park itself was closed, he's moved forward with doing quite a bit more work there. so that, as you can see, as you've driven by there, that, it's just not practical to get to the restrooms. As soon as the governor lifts some of the restrictions, which I'm not sure how what he's talking about changing come tomorrow, I believe, will impact the town's ability or desire to open the park. As soon as we get some clarification if we're going to do that, then we'll need to get with Mr. Berry and have that conversation about how to open the restrooms, or truthfully, if there is any reason to open the restrooms, since there's really no portion of the park that at this time is usable.
And I'm not, just to be clear, I'm not asking for the restrooms to be open now. My thought process was once that playground and volleyball court and families are able to come back and enjoy that side of the park, if the restrooms are not yet ready to be opened, we may want to have porta potties or something installed out there if families are going to be at the park. That's what I was trying to figure out.
Understood. And I don't believe there would be any reason that once he finishes that side of the park, that we would not be able to open the restrooms, because most of the issue right now is all the work that's being done in front of them, putting the water lines and the what am I thinking of? The irrigation lines underneath the sand there, so dug up there.
Okay, Alderman Hyde had a question.
Yeah, first of all, I did catch part of the governor's news conference today, or actually Dr. Mandy's portion of it. And she said they are suggesting that parks open. They're not demanding, or everybody can do what they want to with their parks. Most of them are keeping the playgrounds closed. The ones that are opening are keeping the playgrounds closed because of the COVID-19, and a lot of them are keeping their restrooms closed as well. So we're not at any disadvantage by not having restrooms or not having the playground open right now. A couple other questions I had on the town hall itself is, I know we're in the early stages, but do we still have a rough schedule of when it's going to go out for bid, when the construction start would be, and still a projected completion date?
You're correct. It is still early, but rough schedule, what we're looking at is as soon as we get final answers for all the floor plan changes and then can get our engineers working, we would anticipating being out and ready for bid roughly 30 to 60 days later. So my hope and anticipation is that we'll be releasing them next week. And I don't think there should be any issue with that.
And the construction timeline?
We really haven't discussed that yet. Probably thinking 4 to 5 months. I don't think it's a 6-month project because you're working in a finished envelope. One of the questions we'll have to have some conversations about is some of the lead time on materials. For example, the windows and the roofing materials. Those are probably the largest lead time items. Interior wise, we have gypsum board, you got paint and ceilings. Nothing that at this point is hard to get. So I don't think we're going to have much issues. Hopefully things will be able to move very quickly, but we'll be looking into that a little closer as we start getting closer to a bid time.
So we're looking into this year.
Any other questions for Mr. Stumba?
Any other questions for Mr. Stumba?
Thank you so very much.
Thank you. Y'all have a good evening.
Next on the agenda is the consent agenda. Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda as modified earlier by Alderman Benson?
So motion.
Second? Second?
Second.
Second?
I'll second it.
All in favor? All in favor?
Aye.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
The next item on the list is actually the Board of Aldermen vacancy under continuing business. And I know that Mr. Peters is on his way here to participate in that type of, it's just an important vote for us as a board moving forward. I'm wondering if we could possibly do the board appointments. We had some discussion that we needed to continue on that and switch those two items around. I don't know if I get that request this late in the meeting or not, or if we just need to move forward with agenda as is.
Mayor, I would defer to the town attorney. I believe you could suspend the rules of the meeting if all were in agreement.
Mayor? Mayor?
Yes, sir.
That is correct.
Yes, sir.
That is correct. You could suspend the rules if it's unanimous and proceed accordingly.
I need to understand what the pleasure of the board is. If you all would like to just continue with it as it is right here on the agenda, or if you'd like to speak of the devil, he's here now. We'll proceed with the agenda as it is. So welcome, Mr. Peters. We are going to move forward with our discussion on the candidates for the vacancy to the Board of Aldermen. Okay, so we all received all of the applications. I want to certainly sincerely thank everyone who submitted an application. We appreciate everybody's interest in trying to continue to move forward with North Topsail Beach's boards and volunteering. So I would like to ask if there's a recommendation members would like to move forward with. I'm going to open up the floor.
I think the way we've done this in the past is that usually we had the clerk hand out slips of papers. People wrote the names that they wanted out of the applicants, and we tallied it that way, and especially since we have a full board here. I think that's how it's been done in the past, and I'm trying to think back. I think I've sat through this process about 3 times now. Primarily that way, you know, when we get somebody on board, they don't know who did or didn't. Be board, it wasn't unanimous. So I defer to the clerk. I defer to the attorney for Gottair. So I don't know if it requires nominations or if it just requires paper and pencil.
Of course, I defer to the town attorney. I believe the Oh, I see that he's unmute. So, Mr. Eads, if you'd like me to stop talking, of course, we'll be happy to oblige.
Of course, we'll be happy to oblige.
Madam Mayor and board, I'm getting a little bit of feedback, so I am trying to talk slowly. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
If it's too slow, please let me know. In light of the remote participation, I recommend that if someone wants to nominate an alderman, they do so, and then the board vote on each nomination. If there are more than one nominees, it may behoove us to announce all the nominees and then vote one at a time. I am not a veteran, but I'm going to use this phrase over.
Okay, so Mr. Eads, you were recommending that based on the list that we have in front of us that everyone can see, if someone would like to nominate an applicant here, we do that and we vote one applicant at a time if there's more than one.
In light of where we are now, I believe at least one, if not two or three elected officials are participating remotely.
No, everybody's
Mr.
here,
Eads,
Brian.
We're all here.
Oh, really? Well, now I feel remiss.
Over.
Mr. Peters is not there, correct?
He
He
just
is here.
received a police escort to join us.
Okay.
That's the first.
If you are all in the room, you can do it as Alderman Leonard suggested, or the way I suggested. From my view of this video, there appears to be different backdrops, but that could be because I have poor eyesight. But if Alderman Peters is there, I will defer to you, Mayor, as to how you would like to do this. Over.
I would suggest that we follow Alderman Leonard's suggestion. I believe that would be a nice way to go. I've got plenty of paper. I'll need it.
Would be a nice way to go. Got plenty of paper. I'll need it.
The other thing that does is it establishes continuity for how we've done it in the past. Over.
So the clerk is going to hand everyone a piece of paper, all the board members, and the board members will put on there who they nominate to fill the vacant alderman seat.
Madam Mayor, I highly encourage both you and Madam Clerk to sanitize your hands after you handle these several pieces of paper.
We heard you, and the clerk is walking around, but I'll make sure she knows you want her to sanitize her hands. No, that's fine. I'll hold on to mine just in case I'm only a tiebreaker.
Mayor, if you would like, I can read the tally. There are 2 votes for Mr. Robert Swantek, and there are 2 votes for Mr. Richard Grant.
So, 2 votes for?
Richard Grant.
So then I need to break the tie. And my tie-breaking vote would be for Mr. Robert Swantek because he put the time and energy into his writing campaign and sat out there all day with us and is an established board member. But again, I want everybody to certainly understand that I am very appreciative of everybody who submitted an application today. The next item on the list would be under continuing business, and I don't know if we're ready to have an update on this, but the last time we spoke, I feel like I'm talking too fast.
Madam Mayor,
Go ahead, Mr. Eads.
we might
Yes.
want to talk about when we will swear in Mr. Swantek, so he can participate as a board member. Over.
My suggestion would be, as we've been having to do in most recent months with this virus, is ask Mr. Swantek if he'd be able to come up to town hall and be sworn in, so we don't need to wait until the next board meeting. And I'd like board thoughts and comments on that. Okay, so then we'll coordinate with Mr. Swantek.
Madam Mayor,
Anything else on that topic, Mr. Eads?
Madam Mayor, I would, and board members, I would, and I do highly recommend that he be sworn in at the next meeting, whether it be a emergency meeting or a special meeting, so he can participate in these decisions.
Mr. Eads, would you prefer a special meeting versus him just coming to town hall to be sworn in?
I would prefer him to be sworn in prior to or simultaneously with the next meeting. Over.
Okay, we will work with him to coordinate that. The next item was the Eastern Carolina Council. We tabled that the last board meeting, and I don't know if we're ready to have any further conversation on that, or I know it hasn't been urgent in all the decisions that we've been having to make these last few weeks. Is everybody okay just leaving that on as continuing business for now? Okay. New business. The regular meeting schedule. We wanted to confirm a regular meeting schedule. We've been using Thursdays at 6:30. I know, these are under continuing. We did these. Or did we need to come back to the TISPC under continuing? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I thought we were right here ready for item 2 under D.
Under continuing, you are right. I thought the only open item under continuing business for tonight was ECC, but if we're ready to talk about TISPC, we can do that. Okay.
I was charged with contacting an alternate for the citizen representative to the Topsail Island Shoreline Protection Commission. And I contacted Richard Grant, and he agreed to serve as the alternate for the citizen participant on the commission. So he would be the citizen alternate, Mr. Grant.
Next would be the revetment committee membership.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, Madam Mayor. I would like to propose that we reorganize the town's members on the revetment committee. This committee was appointed by the board to represent the town and the settlement agreement on the sandbag revetment. Two of the committee members from the town have since left town employment. So I believe that we should add our new public works director, Scott Anders, to the town's committee of 4. I believe that we should add our planning director, Deb Hill, to replace former manager Brian Chadwick. The reason being, rather than having the town manager as one of the 4 town representatives, is it puts in the past, it put the town manager sort of in a leadership role on the committee, and that is really not the intent. It's a joint committee between the plaintiffs and the town. And so I think having the planning director there, it will be a more a better situation than trying to put the town manager in that situation. Thirdly, I have been on this committee for 2.5 years, and I respectfully resigned from the committee. One of the other aldermen from the board should represent the board. Don't know who that would be. It would be up to board members. And I do have a suggestion for the citizen member of the 4 that represent the town, if you would want me to make that recommendation.
We currently have a citizen.
Yes, we do have a citizen.
And
Mr. Cameron Kugel is a citizen representative.
And are you making a motion to modify that representation as well?
I really believe we should. I think there's another citizen who is very active with revetment restoration work, because the condominium complex where she lives is undergoing a severe situation with their own revetment. So I think she would be a good member of the committee. That would be Susan Meyer.
Madam Mayor, if I may.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I think we need to
Have you
make
talked
sure
this over with her?
the interim town manager, Mr. Gilbride, agrees with this.
Mike?
And we,
Wait,
if
Brian.
Alderman Benson is resigning, we don't have a choice in that matter. I appreciate all of his hard work, and he has been very effective, very helpful to me personally. So Alderman Benson, let me take this opportunity to thank you for your hard work. If Mr. Gilbride is in agreement that Ms. Hill should be on the committee, I strongly recommend that. She is very knowledgeable in CAMA regulations. And as to the Alderman representative on the committee, I defer to the board. Over.
So Tom, recognizing you.
Back to Mike's recommendation. Back to Mike's recommendation. Wait, back to Mike's regarding Susan. Back to Mike's recommendation. This with her regarding Susan Myers. Have you discussed this with her? No. Okay, so the answer is no.
I did not contact her, but she is a member of the here.
So you haven't talked to her. I'm going to assume you haven't talked to Deb Hill either. Okay. I think it'd be a good idea before we volunteer citizens, we might want to ask those citizens if they're interested. It's bad form to do it otherwise.
Just a thought, did they all express an interest by putting in an application?
Tom, I understand your concerns that these folks haven't, I'm assuming that nobody's been approached prior to this. So I think the appropriate.
Trying to hear you.
I know.
I know.
I think the appropriate path forward would be to allow Mr. Gilbride.
Okay.
To be able to speak with Mr. Anders and Ms. Hill and see if that's something that they're interested in doing, and if they have the bandwidth to do that. That's really their call. I think the only thing that we're able to do today would be to replace the Alderman representative, if that's what we need to do, if Mr. Benson is resigning. Thoughts?
Madam Mayor.
I agree.
Madam Mayor.
Yes, sir.
We do need to replace, Madam Mayor, we do need to replace the Alderman position on that committee sooner rather than later. Over.
I believe that's probably the only item we'll be able to discuss tonight. So I don't know if any board member wants to volunteer for it, if everybody would like some time to think through it. I'm not seeing any hands raising. So I would suggest that this item go on next month's meeting. Does everyone agree?
Madam Mayor, without any additional commentary from the board, I suggest we table this until next month's meeting. Over.
Yes, that I just made that same suggestion. A motion to table? I don't believe we need a motion to table. Do we, Laura?
I believe you just need a consensus.
Can you take roll and just see if we haven't set the table that item until next month?
Sure.
Madam Clerk, if there is no motion,
Yes.
then we can put this on next month's agenda with no further action or discussion from the board. Over.
The next item on the agenda is the suggested rules of procedure. I know that our town clerk sent out the documentation for us to review. My initial question before we go into discussion on it is, has everybody had a chance to review? Yes? All right, then I'm going to turn that over to Mayor Pro Tem.
Okay, thank you, Madam Mayor. Just be aware that we are following the guidelines from the School of Government. And I want to thank the town clerk for making sure that we had the latest version of suggested rule for procedures of the city council. So you will see on your in your board packet at the bottom of the screen, it says date modified 6/1/2017. That was the date that the School of Government put this document out for municipalities to use. The North Topsail Beach 2017 and 2019 board adopted this set of suggested rules with a few modifications, actually make it into the document. So basically tonight we are confirming that for the next 2 years, we will be following the suggested rules of procedures for city council. And basically, these are the rules that we have been following for the last 2 years. So here are the only changes that I'm suggesting that we need to consider tonight. The first change is under Part 3, open meetings, remote participation. This is on page, I'm not sure what page it is in the document because I can't see it on the Zoom page. I think it's page 162 if memory serves me right. So on remote participation, you'll recall that this board suspended our policy on remote participation because of the virus pandemic. So my suggestion for the present time is that we strike out the last sentence where the red line is through that paragraph on remote participation, and that in the meantime that we revise our remote participation policy for the future when we do come back to more normal times so that our policy reflects what is truly the will of the board. Because some of the cases where we had remote participation didn't follow the strict rules of our policy. Okay, so we need to, I think, just put that on the agenda in terms of having the remote policy reviewed by the board and bring that back into the suggested rules once we suspend our motion to suspend the remote policy. I know it sounds kind of confusing, but that's where we are.
Mike, can we discuss that? If, I think all we're saying is right now, our current remote participation policy is suspended because of COVID-19. So if that's the case right now, I do believe we need to take a look at our current policy based on what we're all going through and experiencing now and see what needs to be modified or adjusted. But if it's already suspended, I'm not sure that we need to make any modifications here, because wouldn't that suspension of it for COVID-19 supersede this anyway?
Madam Mayor, if
Yes,
I
sir.
may, Brian Eads, Town Attorney. We suspended our remote participation policy in anticipation of what we are going through now. I can work with the town clerk and the town manager to revise our remote participation policy for states of emergency. I highly and strongly recommend we do not alter what we've already done until the COVID-19 pandemic issues subside. Over.
Brian, I believe that's where I was going in my mind as well. So any discussion on that from a board? Okay, next item, Mike.
All right. Madam Mayor, the next item is Rule 22. There was just some confusion in the version that we've been using the last year because we do require a second for motions. So the text should read Rule 22, a section second required. And then the text is a second is required on any motion. That's the policy we've been following all along. It just didn't make it, the wording was not updated in our suggested rules 2 years ago. Okay, I think that's pretty straightforward. The next,
Wait, I'd like to recognize Alderman Leonard.
We caught that mistake last time. That was a mistake that when we reviewed that document, we caught it last time. And I want to say we caught it in a previous review before that several years ago. And it's one of those hanging chads that just doesn't seem to be able to get fixed.
Okay, moving forward, the next point is, and maybe I'm just not reading this correctly, but under Rule 28, duty to vote, item F, mayor's duty to vote. The provisions of this rule apply to the mayor. And I'm assuming that means the mayor votes when there is a tie, when there's an equal number of for or against. Okay, and this is dealing with the duty to vote of the board members.
I can't read the small text. Mike, can you tell us what are you trying to
Madam Mayor,
Yes, Mr. Eads.
that is true. The mayor only votes in the event of a tie. Over.
Thank you. I believe Mr. Alderman Benson was just trying to correct wording on that one. Are there any objections?
All right, the next point is under part 10, public hearings and comment periods. Rule 36, public hearings. We fixed, I believe, in the past 2 years that we have a time limit of 3 minutes for persons making public comments during a public hearing.
And Attorney Eads, maybe you could weigh in, but I did not think when it came to a public hearing that we limited those speaking about their property to 3 minutes.
This is
Madam Mayor and board, public comments is a completely different situation than a public hearing, particularly if it's a quasi judicial hearing. We can affix rules for non quasi judicial hearings, but normal public comments during a public hearing are affixed at 3 minutes, just like public comments during a regular meeting. I don't think we should limit, at least by ordinance, the comment period during a quasi judicial hearing. I believe Deb Hill is on this call, and I believe she will also agree with me on that. Over.
Yes, Mr. Eads, I certainly do agree with you on that. There are certain, sometimes in quasi judicial cases, there are complex issues, and to limit any of the participants to 3 minutes would be really unfair.
All in agreement on that item? Thank you all.
okay, Madam Mayor. The next item is well, it was Rule 37, public comment periods. We already covered that. The limit is 3 minutes. The next okay, I'm sorry. Excuse me. Rule 36, public hearings. Section F, conduct of public hearings. The last sentence reads, unless the council extends the hearing when the time allotted for the hearing expires, or when one wishes to speak who has not done so, the mayor shall, and here's the question, it's either or, either declare the hearing closed or entertain a motion to close the hearing. I am suggesting that the wording should be entertain a motion to close the hearing.
How we do it anymore.
Madam Mayor,
Yes, sir.
I am completely comfortable with that change. Over.
And that concludes the comments that I wanted to bring before the board. So I guess I will make a motion to approve the amended suggested rules for procedure of the city council for this board.
Do we have a second? All in favor?
Aye.
Yes, Mr. Peters, are you good with the procedures?
I don't know.
Can you hear me?
Clearly.
Okay. Have you had a chance to review the suggested rule for that Mike had modified moving forward? Did you have any issues with them? So you're in agreement that we adopt those?
Yeah.
Okay, okay.
Madam Clerk, please call the roll.
Alderman Leonard,
What's the question?
a motion to approve the rules of procedure
Yes.
as for
Aye.
Alderman Hyde,
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Benson,
Aye.
Alderman Peters.
The next item was the regular meeting schedule under new business. And I think that this hopefully should be a simple item. We currently are meeting at 6:30 on Thursday evenings, the first Thursday of the month. Will work for everyone, or does someone want to recommend a change?
I'm good with it.
Thursday works for me.
Good.
So clerk, we're going to continue with the first Thursday of every month at 6:30 as our regular meeting schedule.
Mayor,
Yes.
if I may, can we have the town attorney weigh in on the regular meeting schedule and the need to have a location specified?
Madam Mayor, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
I think we should attempt to have a location specified. Can we do that? And if not, we should be willing to give at least 10 days notice as to where the monthly meetings will be occurring. Over.
I would suggest with the virus, we remain at the fire station until we're able to allow the public to start attending. Are there any board objections to that?
I personally agree with that. And in the event something changes, staff and I will issue a notice at least 10 days prior to the
Turning to town
meeting.
hall probably won't be until the end of the year, possibly early next year. So when the virus restrictions are over, we will have to find somewhere else to designate as our meeting place.
Then I would suggest we go to St. Regis, where they seemingly have much more room.
For now, we're suggesting as a board, we stay here. When we're able to allow the public to attend, then we can communicate with the local facilities who volunteered to let us go there.
Madam Mayor,
I'm just gonna try and keep us moving. Yes, sir.
we will adopt a regular meeting schedule and we will place a disclaimer on it that the location of the meetings are subject to change. Over.
Thank you, Mr. Eads. And I'm going to let you just stay on the line here because the next item was guidance on new roles. I believe Mr. Hyde had added this item to the agenda because we've got new board members here and we haven't been able to have a retreat to really talk about this. So Alderman Hyde, did you want the town attorney to just kind of review at a high level, or did you have anything specific you wanted this to flow?
Mr. Hyde needs to unmute his mic.
Okay. No, from a higher level is fine. Just so we all understand where what the roles are for the mayor pro tem, the alderman, and the town manager. So everybody's clear on what roles we all have moving forward.
I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, was that a question for the town attorney?
Yes, sir. That's all you.
Okay. Well, the town speaks through a majority of its elected body. Under our present form of government and code of ordinances, the mayor has the ability to and authority to implement certain state of emergency restrictions. It is my hope, and it's what I've seen thus far, that the mayor, and prior to you being sworn in, the mayor pro tem consulted with the council in an effort to get a consensus as to what we are going to do as a town. Again, the town speaks through a vote of a majority. So I don't know how much more I can say about that or what you want me to say about that. But I'm proud of the town for reaching out to each other in an effort to at least try to get a consensus on certain baseline items. We get opinions on both sides of the equation, regardless of the decision we make. And as my mother used to say to me as a child, if you try to be everything to everyone, you will be nothing to no one. And that's not a legal opinion, but that's my little country, Eastern North Carolina upbringing and over.
Mr. Eads, this is Alderman Hyde. I was looking more for a high level explanation of in normal times, what the role of the mayor is, what is the role of the mayor pro tem and alderman and town manager in our system of government. That's all.
Thank you, Alderman Hyde. In normal times, the mayor does not vote unless there is a tie. The town speaks through a majority vote of the Board of Aldermen. And the town manager and the town attorney, I might add, job is to effectuate the policy enacted by a majority of the Board of Aldermen. Again, the only time the mayor influences that policy is if he or she is the tie breaking vote. So that's normal times. In states of emergency, the office of the mayor has different powers. I hope that answers your question. If not, please ask me additional questions. Over.
That's fine. If I have any additional questions, I'll speak with you directly.
Moving on to the next item, the proposed amendments to the Unified Development, that would be Planning Director, Ms. Hill, and it's regarding ordinance Article 7, prevention and definitions.
Yes, thank you so much, Mayor. Anytime that FEMA produces new maps, they're preliminary until such a time as they go through the regulatory process of public hearings. And then there's a notice that's sent out, and then 6 months after that notice, the preliminary maps are to be adopted. So part of that, North Carolina general statutes require that public hearings for the adoption and the amendment of the flood ordinance and through the flood ordinance refers to those preliminary maps that are now the effective maps. So the date that the maps need to be effective is June the 19th. And we're coming up close on the deadline to advertise for a public hearing. So I would need to work with the town clerk and get the public notice out to where that we could have a public hearing at your June meeting, at the Board of Aldermen's June meeting, for the maps to, for us to meet the deadline, FEMA's deadline and NFIP's deadline, and for the maps to be effective June the 19th. So I'm basically just putting this on your radar. I'm not asking necessarily for any action or approval, but or just kind of a nod that that we'll have a public hearing on at the June meeting to where that we can meet this deadline. On March the 12th, the planning board, and I want to just really thank what a phenomenal job that the planning board did. They went through the state's draft, the model ordinance, with a fine-tooth comb. There were several questions and concerns that they had that we sent back to NFIP and resolved those. The one addition to the draft is that they had requested a definition of NAVD 1988, and that'll be included during the public hearing. So this also gives, I think that the board has had a draft of the flood ordinance from the planning board's recommendations since either April or before April. And because of the circumstances that we've had, we've just not been able to schedule a public hearing. And so this gives you another month to look through it. And if you've got any questions, feel free to email me so that we can clarify them before the public hearing in June.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. And the next item is also yours regarding property conveyance.
Damian Murray had contacted the town manager, Mr. Gilbride, with an offer to donate lot 6 of Hampton Colony. He's considering it unbuildable. That I do not know unless there was a survey that actually indicated the first line. There's an aerial of the property after Florence that does show that there was quite extensive damage of vegetation on it. The lot's 36,663 square feet. It's zoned R15. Access is provided by Hampton Colony Circle, which is also a private street. The current tax value is $5,000. Coincidentally, I think it was in 2008, the Board of Aldermen had accepted the donation of Lot 5, which is the lot immediate to the south of Hampton Colony swimming pool. Included in your included in the package was the pictometry or the oblique aerial photos immediately after Hurricane Florence. Copy of the deed book, copy of the town easement, the map book, tax parcel report from GIS, the property report card, GIS deed card, and the Board of Aldermen minutes from the adoption of Lot 5 as well. So as you can tell from the aerial immediately after Florence, there was substantial damage to the vegetation as well as to the swimming pool at Hampton Colony. So I think the minute, if you had a chance to look at the minutes kind of outline some of the questions and concerns that the board had in 2008 with regards to the property. One of the concerns, a couple of concerns that I would have is that there's no public access. I went too far, sorry. It's getting late, you know how I am. Oh, that's the minutes. Sorry. So when there's no public access to the property, and the only value that it would be is if there was a conservation easement that was placed on the property and that the town was able to include it in open space or green space. Once the town accepts it and there's a conservation easement, it's taken off the tax rolls in perpetuity. So that's another consideration to be made.
Any questions for Ms. Hill?
I have a question. Do you know if that swimming pool has been repaired or demolished?
I haven't received the application yet, but it's my understanding that the HOA is trying to reconstruct the swimming pool on the lot across the street from Hampton Colony Circle.
Okay.
They're working with their permits with Division of Coastal Management, but I've not seen the application yet.
Okay.
Yeah,
And Ms. Hill,
go ahead.
you also indicated that we would be obligated to put that property into a conservation easement.
Typically for the occupant, or for the property owner to receive tax credit, generally speaking, it has to have a conservation easement on it. For us to get credit for it to be open space, then I have to provide documentation to CRS where there is a conservation easement on it. One of the other additional costs, whenever you look at cost benefit, is the town going to maintain the sand fencing and the cost of the dunes and vegetation for both of those lots beside Hampton Colony. It would almost make more sense from the town's perspective that Hampton Colony, that the properties, both sides of the property, and now whenever they move that pool, that all three of those parcels belong to Hampton Colony, or Hampton Colony HOA for their HOA to maintain and pay the cost of it, rather than for the town to pay the cost to maintain it. But I think that at this time, there is a conservation easement on Lot 5. 2016, when the town sold it, auctioned several lots. This was one lot that the town wasn't able to sell because, to the best of my recollection, there was a conservation easement on it. Which prohibited the sale of property unless it was to another conservation entity like the Audubon Society.
So Deb, do you need a vote from the board tonight on how to proceed for that item?
This is an offer that's been presented to the board. You don't have to make a decision on it tonight. I'm sure that the property owner is anticipating an answer at some point, but that's entirely at the board's pleasure, whether you want to take action on it tonight or not.
I have another question, Ms. Hill. For Lot 5, is the town obligated to pay any homeowners association fee since that property is part of the Hampton HOA?
I'm not aware of any HOA fees that the town's paying for it. I think that was one of the considerations when the town accepted it, that there were no liens on the property.
Okay.
But as far as paying a monthly or a yearly HOA fee, I'm not aware of that.
One other question. What was the recommendation that you made to the board? Did you make a recommendation to the board on?
I did not. No, sir, I did not make a recommendation on this property. I just simply wanted to present the pros and the cons and the cost benefit of whether you accepted it or not. Just because somebody's giving property away, it's not always in the best interest of the town. Sometimes it is. If it was a lot that had more acreage to it, if it was a lot that there was public access, say that was a town maintained road or a state road, and the town could create parking and beach access, then that would certainly be consistent with the Army Corps of Engineers requirements for the federal project, as well as Division of Coastal Management and CAMA's policy to create public beach accesses where we could. In this event, that's not possible because the road's private. And so like I said, the benefit is strictly limited to being able to count that area as open space, with the proviso that had a conservation easement included with it. The downside is it takes it off the tax rolls in perpetuity, and the town also bears the cost of maintaining the dunes, the sand fencing, and the vegetation as well.
Does anyone on the board have any additional questions for Ms. Hill, or would anybody like to make a motion? Or would you like to table it till the next meeting?
I guess I'm not sure I understand the value of taking the piece of property. There's not much we can do with it other than maintain it. Maybe count it as part of our conservative district if we need that numbers or something, but are we just absorbing something that's probably not going to benefit us and just being more of a a problem than it's worth, and we'll try to sell it at some point in time for a couple of, I don't know.
Alderman Leonard.
I make a motion, we decline the offer for the donation lot.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Any additional discussion? Laura, could you call the roll, please?
Alderman Leonard.
Aye.
Alderman Hyde.
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Benson.
Aye.
Alderman Peters.
Okay, moving on. The next item is the proposed beach inlet and sound advisory committee with Mayor Pro Tem Benson.
Okay, thank you. The reason that I am bringing this item to the board today is to convey a concern I have. We looked at the idea of a beach committee about a year ago. And so the documents that you have in the packet are exactly what we saw about a year ago. So we really don't need to go through those. Those were for informational purposes only. What I wanted to bring to our attention is, I think there is a need that the town form a beach inlet and sound advisory committee to develop a shoreline protection management plan. In the past 10 years, as our shoreline protection work has progressed, the board has served in the role as the beach committee. And unfortunately, not everyone wants to spend the time and energy necessary to become an expert in shoreline protection matters. Consequently, we've had spatial meetings. We talked for an hour or two. We might make a decision, but we've really never developed a comprehensive shoreline management program or plan. We have 11 miles of beach. We know it's expensive to maintain the shoreline, but I believe we need a mechanism by which the board can be advised on a strategy for a management plan. And we're talking about following up with former manager Chadwick's suggestion that we hire a shoreline protection manager. And we'll be discussing maybe that at a later date. But even so, I think that we need to form some sort of a beach committee. The other two towns on the island both have beach committees. They have representative on the Topsail Island Shoreline Protection Commission. I just think that we've got to have some mechanism in place to plan the future of our shoreline protection from other than having the board try to be the beach committee. So I'm bringing that up to the board for discussion, and we'll leave it at that.
I thought Alderman Leonard might raise his hand.
We did this once. You and I were on that committee with the former manager. We met a few times. We drafted some goals and objectives. and it never went anywhere. So back in, I believe it was October when we had our beach meeting, we disbanded it. So I don't know what the difference is going to be. I know that the other two towns have something like this. I also know that this board is effectively the beach committee, as you have said. And I also know that it was my understanding that we were paying contractors and consultants to develop that comprehensive beach management plan for us. And that given all that, I'm not sure whether or not, what's going to be different this time. You pick two different aldermen. We have a different manager. I don't know. We did this once. We did exactly those documents that you have in the board packet. And we decided after several months that it really wasn't doing anything. We had stopped meeting, and so we disbanded the group. We disbanded the group at our beach meeting that we had up at the library. I think it was in October, maybe November. I think it was October. So what's going to be different this time, Mike?
Okay, in response to that, the proposal for the Beach and Sound Committee was not approved a year ago, as you pointed out, but instead, the manager's shoreline working group was formed. And that's what you were referring to that we disbanded in October. That is different than the proposal that is before you tonight. The proposal before you tonight is suggested to be a committee of 5 people, 2 aldermen, 3 citizens. Ex officios would be town manager, the new shoreline protection manager, should we create and hire that position, and any other town staff that would be needed to support that group. That group would work in concert with the proposed shoreline protection manager to come up with a shoreline management plan. Because all the board has accomplished in the last 10 years, we've accomplished 2 projects, phase 1 and phase 5. Okay, we don't have a forward-looking plan for the future to figure out how we are going to have the finances available to keep nourishing the beach on a regular schedule, as we know we're going to need to do. So what's different about it is that there is going to be a infrastructure, and this sort of assumes that we are going to hire a new position with shoreline protection manager who could possibly be shared with the other towns to serve as technical advisor to their shoreline protection committees. And it would give us a different approach than what we've been doing presently, which doesn't really seem to be working.
So I believe I have a little bit of a different take on how I would approach this, and I would appreciate feedback from the board. I think that we as a board need to have additional conversation regarding the shoreline protection officer position, the job description that's been formulated, and understand what type of reporting structure and infrastructure might be required for that person to be successful for North Topsail Beach and accomplish the goals that we would need them to, working with our experts that we've already hired, Alderman Leonard, as you had mentioned. So in my mind, I think I might approach it a little bit differently and start with the job description for the shoreline protection officer and then back into it from that. But I certainly would appreciate feedback and understanding how you would like to proceed.
One of the things in that money that we approved for ATM tonight were the words comprehensive beach management program. I wrote it down. We're already paying somebody for this.
And my view, just Alderman Leonard, my view on that is the shoreline protection officer would have more time to be working directly with ATM instead of the town manager trying to fit it into with everything else we've got going on. Not that ATM shouldn't be responsible for the plan.
So your recommendation is that we table this until such time as we sort out what we're going to do with the shoreline protection officer?
That would be my recommendation.
I would agree with that suggestion. My only comment would be that our coastal engineer, ATM proposal just referred to, that is for a specific project. We have not hired a coastal engineer to develop a plan. We've hired coastal engineers to help us with specific projects. That's the difference of what I'm trying to get across here.
No.
No, I would, Alderman Benson, I would have to disagree. When we originally hired ATM, we were looking for somebody to help us develop a comprehensive plan. I do believe that a lot of things have happened since we hired them, and with the hurricanes and the damage and the projects that are all in front of us right now. So I do believe we are working on individual projects instead of a plan. And I think we need to figure out how to get back to being able to do both and tie them together. Alderman Hyde, do you want to speak?
I was only going to comment that isn't this the type of stuff that's supposed to be kind of worked out in the retreat? That we should be doing, looking at whatever's going to happen with that retreat and work things out like this there.
I would agree. And I don't know if
Well, in the short time I've been here, I've been going through the file cabinets, and I see about 3 attempts at a shoreline protection plan done by various peoples. And I think probably the thing to do first is to decide on whether or not we need a shoreline protection manager, and then go from there on how we should proceed from that. But it did appear to me that there was at least one complete shoreline protection plan in that file, and I'd be glad to scan it and send it over to you tomorrow, if that's okay.
Well, how do you sense that would work into your personal role as town manager?
To be honest, at this point, I don't know. Since I took the position, we've been so immersed in COVID-19 and work from home and things like that, that I really don't know how much of a workload that is on a normal workload under normal circumstances. So I would be reluctant to give you a straight answer.
Alderman Hyde?
Again, I would just go back to either tabling this right now and bringing it up at a retreat or future meeting. But I think we've gone about as far as we can with this right now.
So do you want to make a motion to table this?
I will make such motion. Table this.
Do we have a,
Yes.
all in favor?
Aye.
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 The next item, which will be another fun one. This is Alderman Hyde's topic regarding the discussion of the potential costs and financing for the federal project. And I don't know, Alderman Hyde, if the delay in the federal project for North Topsail Beach getting up to us, the timing changes any of this?
It doesn't really change it. I've heard so much about the federal project since coming on board, and I've been in a couple meetings. I haven't been to any of the recent ones with the Corps, but a couple of them. And we've gotten different, or I've got different impressions of how this was going to be paid for, or what our cost of this was going to be, ranging from everything being 100% paid for by emergency funds to 60-40, 70-30 split, or whatever, with the state picking up their share. And what I would like to get a handle on is what we really think this project is going to cost us over the next 10 years. And not only is what is it going to cost us over the next 10 years, but how are we going to plan on paying for it, and what is that going to do to existing projects we have? Are we going to end up, because it's a potentially, I think, a $15 million investment in another $15 million investment in phase 5, is that going to hurt things we're doing for the rest of the town, 1, 2, 3, and 4? So I know we're probably rehashing something that's been hashed over for years, but I want to understand a little bit better the validity of the federal project and the costs, and basically the cost benefit ratio, and how a $15 million investment in that may hinder what we are doing for 1, 2, 3, and 4. I just need some understanding of that. I know Dave and I went over a few of the costs earlier, but I just like to.
Yeah, I wish I had an answer for you. The project was originally projected to cost $237 million, or that's what was allocated for it. They claimed that when they segmented the project that it was going to reduce costs and improve efficiency. So when she sent me the information today on the 30-year payout, they were still using $237 million. So I don't think anybody knows what this is going to cost. The federal portion of the 237 would be 65%, or $154 million. Local would be $82,950,000, and 50% of that would be paid by the state. So the state would pay $41,475. Surf City would pay 60% of the remainder, which is $24,885,000, and we would pay 40%, which is $16,590. That's with no interest. Now, if we're looking to finance $16,590, I don't think that you're going to find loans available. Even that USDA loan that you got at one point is only a small part of it has been amortized. So what we would probably have to do to finance that would be to issue general obligation bonds. And to issue general obligation bonds, we would need to have a referendum. The referendum would mean that you would have to get the people in the north part of town, 1, 2, 3, and 4, to agree to take on debt to again put sand on phase 5. My understanding is that the history of referendums in the town has not been particularly positive. So I think the only alternative probably is this 30-year payout, and the information was so sketchy and so confused that I couldn't recommend it or give you an opinion one way or the other until certainly until we speak to them Tuesday. But they are going to be shortly looking for a commitment from us that we are in position to share our part of the cost. Now, is it going to cost $237 million, or will they, through these efficiencies, reduce that number? If that happens, they claim that the local portion would, reduce commensurate with that. But I haven't seen too many federal projects that come in under budget. They tend to come in a little bit over. So it's kind of scary at this point. And when it's done, you still have this huge Cobra area in town where we can't get any federal assistance with anything. So your point, I think, is well taken, but I don't know how we got this far down the road. It's been so many years this project is on the table. So,
well, and I think that does give me a little bit more information, and it just kind of leads me to we have a partnership agreement that we have to sign, right? In short order for this. And is there any value in rediscussing the value of the federal project before we commit with the PPA?
I would think there is. I know I spoke briefly, well, I spoke to former Mayor Truman about it, and I spoke to Alderman Benson about it. Alderman Benson's position is different. He contends that this is great because it will prevent us from having to look at phase 5 again for the next 70 years. And I'm sure you're correct. How you sell that to the rest of the residents is I'm perplexed.
So I have one question, Alderman Hyde, and I could be wrong, but I think when this came up a few years back, that we signed a partnership agreement already with Surf City. So I'm not sure what this additional PPA is that we'd be signing, if that's just a financial commitment.
My understanding was that PPA, the Corps wanted their own version of a PPA. They wanted a newer, better, more updated one. So I don't know whether we're obliged by this PPA and we're too far down the road to even discuss whether this project should or shouldn't be done, or whether there are still options and outs available to us should we decide that maybe we wanted to use those funds elsewhere.
And it doesn't even sound like it's clear to us that we know exactly what our expense is going to be on it yet. So, and I will turn it over to you as well, Mr. Benson, but this might also unfortunately be something that we need to table for the next meeting or hold an emergency meeting if the results and expenses do come in that we've got to agree upon.
Okay, thank you. First of all, the last comment, the memorandum of agreement with Surf City is a local agreement. Has nothing to do with the federal project. It's an understanding between Surf City and North Topsail Beach. We're going to proceed with the project. The federal project has a project partnership agreement. That's what is based on that of the Army Corps. That will tell us the requirements of property we need to acquire, the easement, the parking, and so forth. We learned there's going to be no houses that have to be moved or acquired by the way that the lines were drawn. Okay, so our commitment is going to be to expand parking in areas we have inadequate parking. And I believe we're also going to have some additional beach access areas to conform with the federal guidelines. Now, as far as the costs go, the project, the cost benefit ratio is 3.71. That means for every dollar that that federal government spends, it returns $3.71 to the economy. Okay, so that's a very, very high cost benefit ratio. That's one of the reasons our project got awarded. The big question that I think is not well understood. The project was planned and approved in 2009 to bring 13.4 million cubic yards of sand to the beaches of Surf City and the Phase 5 area of North Topsail Beach. The cost was estimated to do that to be $138 million. Now, when they did the cost benefit ratio 2 years ago, which they have to update them every so often since our project was 10 years since it was authorized, there is no way that the initial construction cost is going to be $237 million. It's going to be more like the 138 that the cost benefit ratio was based on. So our share is going to be, as Manager Gilbright indicated, it's going to be 40% of 17% of the cost. But since the monies are coming from federal disaster aid, it's no cost up front. Now, granted, and I was I was disappointed to hear that the federal project's going to be delayed coming our way, and that we might have to use the FEMA Category G money to actually put sand in the Phase 5 area, because we had on the table a suggestion that we were going to take our FEMA money, which would be about $14 million for the Category G recovery from Florence, and use that as our local share, our local match for the federal project. So the initial construction wouldn't cost us anything.
So, but
We do not put any sand on the beach with the Category G, and if we get FEMA to let us use that money as a credit towards the federal project. But I think the biggest point here is that the way I calculated our obligation, our local obligation, if we had to pay it up front, would be about $8 million.
Okay, you're saying that there's no cost up front, the way things are right now. That doesn't mean there's no cost. And I think that's the point that Jared's driving at. You know, no cost up front doesn't mean that we don't, that we somehow are not responsible for that percentage, that 40% of that shared percentage. We're still on the hook to pay some big bucks to do Phase 5. And I think that's the point that we're trying to get to. And, you know, how much is it? And how long do we have to pay it back? And does the government finance it? Or do we have to go out and do our own financing like we did the last time we did Phase 5? You know, it's no cost up front doesn't equal no cost. And I think that's the scary part of this, that people kind of took that no cost up front and forgot the upfront part of that phrase. So, you know, what's it going to cost us? And how much time do we have to pay it back, and who finances it? Those are the real questions here, because we know it's going to cost us something.
You are correct. It's going to cost us something. We do not have to write a check for $8 million when the project starts. But probably a USDA loan is going to be arranged by the Army Corps, not by us, but by the Army Corps.
But I think we started.
Or we can use our whatever money we have available in Fund 30.
So, okay, but let's back up to this original conversation was really trying to get a handle. Alderman Hyde's question was, how much is it going to cost? What are we getting out of it and all those things? It sounds to me like we don't have the concrete dollars about what it's going to cost or what our options are or any of that yet. So it sounds to me like we might need to direct staff to inform us as soon as we've been told how much it's actually going to cost North Topsail Beach and what our options are for paying for that.
That's all true. And that's all what we need to do. But I go back to the secondary question of if the costs are more than we thought or more than we're comfortable with or whatever, at what point do we say that $8 million is better spent elsewhere rather than on phase 5 for which has already received Matthew. It's already received one project, Matthew, Florence, and potentially something from Dorian. And how much further, higher, and better can we build that, or could that $8 million be used in to do something better for 2, 3, and 4, or something else? Especially if, as Mike commented, that we take the money out of Fund 30 to do that. I mean, that depletes Fund 30 or takes money out of Fund 30 to do Phase 5 that maybe we could be using elsewhere. That's my only point. And I don't know, I was really trying to find out whether we're too far down on the road to even discuss this, and whatever the charges are, And we just have to eat it? Or can we rediscuss this? And I thought in the original PPA, there was maybe a 30-day cancellation clause in the PPA, the one with Surf City, that either town could get out of it with 30 days notice or something. To me, it's just something to take a look at, maybe investigate a little bit more with the costs or what we can or cannot do, and then have a real heartfelt conversation on whether this is where we want to spend the $8 million, or whether we want, or whatever the number turns out to be, or whether we want to find whether there's a more pressing need for it.
So then I'll go back to, I believe the recommendation should be that we direct staff to try and get some rough numbers and ideas on repayment together for us, but also follow up with Mr. Eads on the actual agreement questions that you have, Alderman Hyde. Alderman Benson.
I don't think we're going to know our numbers until we have the project partnership agreement from the Army Corps. That's going to explain what our actual costs. Until we have that, we're not going to know exactly. But here's the thing about the federal project. They are putting 4 times as much sand on the beach as we would put in our Phase 5 project, which we spent $17 million. We're going to get 4 times as much sand for a fraction of the cost. It's a win-win situation. And it's for the next 50 years that the Army Corps will maintain that beach at that profile. So we're spending a little bit of money for a big gain.
I don't think we're.
The next PPA basically needs to be facilitated. When? You have any idea?
No, it sounds like it'll be fairly soon that they're going to present us with it.
I mean, it's been talked about for ages. So yes, it makes sense that it would be imminent.
Yeah.
So Alderman Hyde, this is your item. Are you comfortable leaving it on as an agenda item moving forward under, we can leave it under old business so we don't lose track of it?
Yeah, we're not going to decide anything here tonight. I just wanted to bring it to people's attention that there is the cost associated with it. We're not sure what the cost associated is, and is there an opportunity to relook at whether it is of value or not?
I understand. Thank you. Okay.
Former Mayor Truman basically proposed refinancing, if possible, the loan on Phase 5 that we have. And that does appear to be a viable alternative or something to look at. To me, it would seem.
I think we just need to find out our cost first.
Yes.
And then we can start working through the alternatives.
Yeah.
Okay, the big item that caused all the stir on social media today and yesterday would be paid parking.
Mhm. Okay, well, the premise behind paid parking was simply always to benefit the residents of the island. Many people probably are not aware that we lease our parking lots at a cost of close to $30,000 a year. We pay for the police protection, we pay for the public works, we pay for fire and water rescue, we pay for maintenance of everything. And when I say we, I mean the taxpayers of North Topsail Beach, the property owners and residents. Contrary to what the one woman said in the public comment, to my knowledge, we do not receive any property tax money from anybody. And in fact, we send property tax money out of here. So to try to defray the cost to the residents and homeowners, we began to entertain expanding the parking concession that we have up at the north end. which, by the way, in a 12-month period generated a net to the town of $74,130. And that includes, of course, the beach permits, or the permits for the Jeeps that go out on the beach. So the vendor up there has proposed taking a pay-to-park program to all of our beach lots. For those in Sneads Ferry who are, of course, Onslow County residents, as are we, the county will be maintaining free parking at the county's lots. Our pay stations would become pay by phone. In other words, a person would come in, be able to either purchase their day's parking or half-day parking from the kiosk, or from the comfort of their car, simply by getting on their cell phone. The program would improve the signage for parking and would direct people a little bit better to where these lots are, and there would be ambassadors, 2 of them, as a matter of fact, to ensure that parking is complied with. They would be monitoring the parking lots. When you come in and pay your parking, it would be by license plate number, so that the individual checking simply goes around, scans your license plate, and it will establish for the enforcement that it is paid or not paid. The rates that they proposed were $5 for a half day, $10 for a full day. There would be no fee whatsoever to residents or property owners who would simply display their reentry pass on the dashboard of their car. At least up at the north end, we also do not charge people with the handicap stickers, and that would be up to the town itself to decide how they want to do that. But the whole thing is that it would offset the cost of tourism. The people who come to the island utilize the beach and then leave. Many of the comments I saw on social media referred to not being able to support our businesses, and quite frankly, we don't have any. They're not bringing any revenue to North Topsail to help us with the maintenance of the beach. And various grants that we used to receive to help us with it have not come through in the last few years. So we're looking to create a revenue stream for the beach. Payment methodologies, as I said, can be done at the pay station or on the phone. You can even buy annual permits, say for your Jeep, or residential permits, also online. They've budgeted for signage at the various crossovers, and at the, actually one of the things they talked about was a large green and white highway type sign coming over the bridge. I doubt that some of those things are possible, but they have worked them into their pro forma budget for costs. Revenue estimates, they would propose to place these kiosks at 8 different access points or lots that we have, only 3 of which are really substantially large. But what they're proposing, or what they have worked out as a revenue proposal, is about $550,000 a year. That is, of course, extremely significant when you're trying to deal with beach projects, and as you've heard tonight, plus these various costs of maintaining these beaches, cleaning up after our visitors come, and taking care of them while they're here. Expense projections, they would, the pro forma expenses that they have in the package that I gave you are worst case scenarios annualized. So that many of these items here can be easily controlled. A lot of them are one-time matters, but the cost of the equipment will run approximately $47,000, amortized over 3 years at 8%. So the first year's revenue would clearly easily pay for any of the costs up front. The amendment to the management agreement is simply that. It's an amendment of existing agreement. We don't have to go out for a bid or anything like that. At the end of 3 years, we own the equipment. It would be our option to leave or not stay with it. The downside, of course, is that people don't want to pay for parking, that it may force a little bit of traffic out onto the side streets. We would be to some extent in competition with the Onslow County lots. I would assume that people will come first and go to the free parking. But it's an attractive option, and it would bring in money to pay for some of these items that the North Topsail Beach taxpayer has been paying for years. So with that, it's simply presented for your consideration and for some thought. But again, well, if you were to decide tonight to implement paid parking in these lots, they could actually have them up and running by the first week of June. I don't recommend we move that quickly, but it could be done fairly rapidly. The only, by the way, cost to us, in addition to what's outlined there, is that they require a vehicle for use to actually go out and go from lot to lot and enforce the parking. And we have one available that's surplus. It came from the police department or the fire department. I think fire has it now, but it's a former police vehicle.
That four-wheeler.
Yeah. So while they originally estimated wanting $40,000 for a Jeep, we were able to cut that estimate by $40,000 by providing them with a surplus vehicle. So it'd really be up to the board to entertain this, see if there was an interest going forward, and they've agreed. They were not able to come tonight, but if we would like them to come back at some point and go further to answer questions, if I can't answer them, they would be happy to do that.
So, Mr. Gilbride, I know that in past years, Ms. Hill and the planning board have spent significant time putting together our parking analysis and how many lots we have and how many per beach access and how far apart they have to be and all of those things. My suggestion to the board would be to allow the planning board to take this suggestion and let them do the analysis based on our current parking plans and metrics that they've got, and come back to us with how they think they'd be able to, if they think it'd be something good for North Topsail Beach to be able to implement.
I think that's a terrific idea.
Alderman Heim?
My only obvious concern to that is that puts it off into a June meeting or a July meeting, and then their month to set up is in August. So we lose the potential of $500 and some thousand this year.
But I think the challenges that that go with this, as far as how do we handle the side street parking, where are we gonna put the meters? We don't even have parking spaces in our parking lots. They're all gravel. So I do think that there are actually some challenges that we need to take a look at as a town. And when we roll this out, if we roll this out, it gets rolled out correctly. I also think the other challenge that we need to consider is the financial impact to folks with COVID-19. So I was looking online earlier today and I saw that yet another restaurant closed in Jacksonville that focuses on children. I think it was Chuck E. Cheese. So, I mean, there's a lot of places that aren't yet reopening. There's every day on the news about how folks can't feed their families because the schools are closed. So, I mean, $5 or $10 to one person might not mean much to come to the beach, but I do think we need to take all of these economic factors in mind, as well as just all of our physical challenges here that we have to implement. I don't think we can just put this out like we did on the north end. The north end was very much more isolated. And I think, and Tom and I actually worked on that rollout together. I don't think that was difficult at all. But I think if you're talking about town-wide paid parking, it would behoove us to do our homework and allow some folks who have been working on it for such a long time to help us make an educated decision. Alderman Leonard.
Okay, we're going to see if this works because my computer battery died and I'm now on my telephone. So can you see me and hear me?
I can see you.
Okay. I don't see this as a planning board issue. I see this as a Board of Aldermen issue, and it's a hard decision that we're going to have to grapple with and ultimately make. The parking company is going to do the work on, there aren't going to be meters. It's all going to be like it is up at the north end. So there aren't going to be meters. They're going to take care of that. The offshoot is going to be what happens when people come and they show up and there's no free place to park at the county lots because they're full. And at the same time, they don't want to pay to park, and where are they going to go? Okay, and I'm not so sure that's a planning board issue to wrestle with, because we know that's what's going to happen. And it's probably more a situation of the manager with his department heads to provide us with the guidance of how do we enforce the existing parking regulations on the side streets? Do we put more signs up where they're needed? Do we do this first and see what happens and react to how the overflow goes when people want to pay? They don't want to not go to the beach. But I don't personally see it as a planning board issue. And I don't really think it's fair for us to punch this to the planning board. It's an elected official issue.
I believe if you asked them that the planning board might have some interest in trying to help the elected body with this analysis and decision.
Have you already talked to him?
I mentioned this to Deb earlier today, and she said that they've already got such a background on the planning situation and parking situation in North Topsail Beach that they thought they could pick it up and run.
Okay, then I stand corrected. But I still think at the end of the day, we're the ones that are going to have to make a decision, and it's going to be a hard decision to make, and it's going to make some people happy, and it's going to make some people unhappy. But at some point in time, we're going to have to realize that there's a whole lot of revenue that's untapped right there that we can use to help with the costs associated with hosting day visitors and with maintaining the beach.
Tom, how do you, I have a sense of how you feel, but how do you see this playing out with the county? I mean, apparently it's already started, they're very much on the defense as objecting to what we might do or so.
Well, I agree with you. They're not going to be happy about it. And I know that the mayor has some ideas about that and about how to make how better our relationship with the county, and she's got some ideas, and I'd prefer at this time not to really go into that, because I don't want to jeopardize anything that's going on right now working. If you want to talk about it offline, I'd be happy to.
Alderman Benson, and then I would like to hear from Ms. Hill, because she is on here and I don't need to be speaking for her as well. So Alderman Benson.
My concern with the plan that was presented tonight is that it misses the mark completely. We need a comprehensive town-wide parking plan.
We have one.
Nobody is going to have free parking with this plan on the side streets. You're going to have the same permit to park on the side street that is near beach access as you would if you were in a lot. And this plan doesn't account for that, nor does it account for enforcement of people that are parking on side streets without a parking permit. So I think if we can bring that aspect of parking into the program, we need to have people understand that it's not just going to be lots where you have to pay parking. It's going to be any public parking area in North Topsail Beach except the county lots.
As I said earlier, when I spoke earlier, that it's gonna fall back to the manager and his staff, primarily police, but to some degree, public works and fire, because of what happens when you have too many cars on a narrow street, the fire truck can't get through, and all that kind of stuff. It's going to fall the manager and staff, department heads, and I am not mistaken. It wasn't that many years ago that a comprehensive parking plan was undertaken and completed primarily either by the planning board or the planning director herself. And I would say probably within the last 4 or 5 years. So there is a parking plan out there. It may not be adequate for the needs to address some of your concerns, but I'm sure that it would certainly provide a very good starting point.
All I'm saying is that I don't disagree with you. We have a comprehensive parking plan. I'm just saying that paid parking applies to all parking, public parking in North Topsail Beach, minus the county lots.
My only comment is, and I mentioned it earlier, was there's now a $500,000 or a little bit less with whatever, but our budget is our budget and our income's our income. So if we don't have this $500,000 or $400,000 to throw into the budget, where are we going to get that from? Something else is going to suffer. I mean, I understand that it's a bad time for it. I understand there are people that are wanting to get out here and hurting. And I'm not saying that we need to do it right away. I'm just saying that it puts a little bit more strain on Dave when he has to fill that hole of 450 or 500,000. How are we going to do that?
And I will say, when we first implemented the paid parking at the north end, it took us a year to get into the positive. And I know that was a much smaller scale, but we did not ramp up quite as quickly as they thought we were going to, because there was a lot of people who just said, I'm not coming anymore. I'm not going to pay. And in that situation, we were trying to control some of the crowd. So that was okay. But if we go through this without a full plan and analysis in mind, and then people just don't come, then we really haven't solved anything either.
I think that if the planning board's going to get involved in this, I think that, or maybe whoever, I think we need to get a proposal from another parking company. I would like this parking company to give us examples of where they have instituted beach parking and what their percent of costs are compared to the profits. Because right now their proposal is showing about a 27% cost for operating the system, and yet we're going to be responsible for enforcement.
And I believe that they do have that. When we spoke with them previously, Alderman Leonard, I think they said Carolina Beach, and they had several down a little bit south of us. So
They did, and they were one of the most local and widely used here. I mean, we can go out and get more bids, but I think what we did was when we chose them to get the quote and get the briefing from, they had risen to the top already as if you're going to do this, this is who you want to use.
Okay. My other concern is I think their estimate of $500,000 is off. If I read this table right of estimated revenue, they are saying they're going to turn those big lots over 4 times a day on a certain number of days in July. For example, in July, they're going to turn the parking places over 4 times during the day for 31 days in July. Every day in July, they're going to turn it over 4 times. That's what they're basing the revenue on. And I think that's about twice what it's actually going to be.
Yeah, I would agree with that. Just from what we see out here and history of living here, I'd say you're going to turn it over about half that much. And it doesn't account for bad days. It doesn't account for rainy days. It doesn't account for bad weather. It doesn't account for what turns into a bad day halfway through the day. So maybe you got one, and then the sky turns black and everybody runs to the cars and scurries across the bridge. And even if it gets nice again at 2:30 or 3 o'clock, it's too late to go to the beach unless you already live here.
And I would say that that's what we experienced on the north end too. I think that they have to use a model that they've trusted and used in other locations, and every town is a little bit different. So we might need to provide feedback on their model. But Ms. Hill, I know you're out there. What do you think, or what is your opinion about asking the planning board to assist us?
Well, I want to give you some background. I don't believe that the planning board, I hate to speak for them, but I don't believe that they would be adverse to taking on. Parking is right up planning alley.
Could this company implement anything? What is your,
I'm sorry.
how soon could this company implement anything?
Mr.
Only
Peters.
the first week of June if we decided tonight to do it.
Alderman Peterson, Ms. Hill was talking. I know you can't hear her, but let's let her finish and then we can get back to your question. Okay.
Well, again, this like some of the other topics that we brought up, we should be able to finalize during the retreat. I mean,
Ms. Hill, can you, I'm sorry, can you
keep going?
Yes, ma'am. I just wanted to say that parking is right up planning alley. I don't want to speak for the planning board, but I certainly have the utmost confidence in their ability to process the data and be able to make a rational analysis based on the research and the documentation that they have. The Board of Aldermen retreat, and we have some new board members and we have some new staff. So I would like to very quickly share a full insight. I think the planning board would be able to Board of Aldermen at the Board of Aldermen retreat in 2016. The board instructed the planning board to review parking.
It's not me. I think so.
The Board of Aldermen instructed the planning board to review parking with regards to the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers policy, which I'm also in the process of updating as part of the federal project. The planning board reported their recommendation to the Board of Aldermen in their April 14th, 2016 meeting. I also have a copy of the North Topsail Beach access parking study that the town contracted with Eastern Carolina County. To address the demand for parking 6 years ago, the town pursued leases on the Jeffries lot south of St. Moritz, the Jeffries lot north of Ocean Sound Village, and CAMA grant funding for the purpose and construction of parking at the end of River Road, a CAMA and part of funding for the purchase of the construction of parking beach access at 3623 Island Drive, which we affectionately and respectfully named Rodney Knowles Park. With regards to paid parking, the finance officer may be able to tell you exactly how much has been paid to the lease for the Jeffries lot since 2014, and the cost of construction of Rodney Knowles Park was in the parking lot at the north end, which was in excess of $500,000. Then factor in the cost, as Mr. Gilbride said, the cost of fire, police, public works, etc., maintenance cost every year, which is borne by the North Topsail Beach taxpayer. So I think that it is a very controversial topic, as you heard from several of the public comments. But I do have the utmost confidence in the planning board being able to go back, take the work that has already been done, take the plans that the town has already paid for, update them, and to make a rational recommendation based on past history, past documents, past studies, and to be able to make a recommendation to the Board of Aldermen. We're not prepared to start that in May. I would have to have a staff report paid for, or prepared for by tomorrow to get to their May meeting. But certainly their June meeting, they would be able to process this. And I wouldn't think that it would take them very long to go through it and make a recommendation to the Board of Aldermen.
Thank you, Ms. So what is the pleasure of the board tonight? I know Mr. Gilroy didn't specifically ask for a motion. Do you want to proceed with the planning board? Does somebody want to make a motion? How would you like to proceed?
I'll make a motion that the board designate the Gilroy as county manager to front an approach to find out as much as possible regarding a paid parking plan and be able to present it to the board at the imminent, I would hope, retreat. And obviously, Deb Hill has already gone this far. Certainly, she needs to be a third cog in the wheel, perhaps, in pushing this forward. And it seems like that, I mean, my thoughts right now is whatever we can do to push it along and get it started before the height of this year's season, the better off we will be. And having heard what has been said before, it isn't something we want to push through without having as many ducks in a row as we can.
So what I believe the motion is that you would like to direct staff to continue to work through the paid parking proposal, challenges associated with it, and potential rollout, and financial benefits or negatives to North Topsail Beach.
Sure.
You're perceiving what I'm trying to say well.
Do we have a second?
Okay.
Is there a second?
Okay.
Discussion.
Yes, please.
I'm gonna mute myself here.
What the motion doesn't include is sending this to the planning board.
When I understood the motion that was made, my understanding would be it would be up to Mr. Gilbride whether he pulls in the planning board or not. So if you'd like to make a different motion.
I just want to make sure, I want to make sure that that is conveyed as part of the tasking. It would be obviously to the planning director and to the planning board, and those were not included in the motion. I think they need to be there.
I agree with the level of background that they have, that it would be very beneficial.
We've all agreed about that. It's the fact that it's not existent in the current motion. That's what we need to fix.
I understand. So I'm trying to find out if we need a new motion or if we're just good.
All right, I'll amend the motion to include tasking the planning board through the planning director with studying the issue.
Do we have a second?
I'll second the motion.
Favor?
Discussion. That still includes town manager, correct?
Yes, yes. But it just, it adds the planning board through the planning director.
Kirk, did you get all that? So we have a motion, we have a modified motion, we've got a second. Are we all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. The next item on the agenda is the state of emergency. We discussed that yesterday, so I don't know that there's anything new that we need to discuss today there. And so I'm gonna move on to the attorney's report. Mr. Eads, are you still there?
His microphone's muted.
Well, he'll come on, I'm sure, as I go through my mayor's report. I did not prepare a large report tonight. I wanted to thank everybody. This has been a heck of a challenge for us in the room tonight with all the feedback and the delay and trying to make sure that everybody can be heard. And Deb, I really want to thank you for trying to do all this for us, and we'll keep working on it as we move forward. Mr. Eads, are you there? We might have lost him. Alderman's report. How about we start with Mr. Leonard?
I want to thank everybody for tuning in tonight with us and sharing the events. I want to thank everybody for tuning in tonight and being with us and enduring through this electronic means of communication. And I especially want to thank all of the staff for their continued hard work during this difficult time. And Deb Hill for the great job she's done setting up all of this remote participation stuff, because I don't think we could have done it without her. And that concludes my report.
Alderman Hyde.
I've been making notes on some things to say. Frustrations and some embarrassing.
Can Mr. Hyde, there he goes.
There I go. Sorry. I said I've been sitting here making some notes as to what to say in the Alderman's report. There's some frustrations, some embarrassment on some things that I don't feel comfortable with, but I'm probably going to take a little bit of time and not say anything here this evening. I do have some concerns that I will probably enunciate at a future date. And thank you, everybody, for listening.
Alderman Peters.
So I personally apologize for my kind of failure to be up on the latest technology and creating some problems there. And in that regard, I thank you, Mike, for your help. And Deb Hill, you're doing a great job. And to myself, I intended to say to Deb earlier that she's creating a future source of employment with her expertise in this area. And so I wish her luck in that endeavor that should happen. Let's see, and I am especially pleased with the interest that many people are showing to get involved with the town affairs. And I think that's largely been an area that I've always expressed disappointment in the past. And that was that there were very few citizens in North Topsail showing any interest in the operations of the town and how we functioned. So I think that's, we've got a lot more interest and a lot more involvement now. And it does kind of make for a path to get some improved citizen, quote, supervision that we need and for the betterment of the town. So I see this all as positive. On top of that, I think we're really actually making some progress as far as getting rid of some of these obstacles that have been plaguing us for the last few months. So it's looking, short term is looking positive. With that, I'll pass it on to Mike.
Okay, thank you. I want to echo some of the comments that were made earlier this evening by the mayor, and coming back to the community and the COVID virus situation and the suggestions that we have gotten both ways on what the board should be doing. We really do appreciate the input of our citizens. We value your opinions. We take your opinions at heart. We listen to all sides of the story so that we can make the best decisions for the town, and know that we're really working hard with the virus situation, trying to accommodate people and our lifestyle as much as we can. But we all have to realize that the new normal with the virus situation is going to be different than the normal that we are used to. And it's very frustrating trying to adapt to this new normal. But we are going to have to figure out in our own way how we can practice social distancing and all the other guidelines to avoid transmission or acquiring the virus, so that we can get on with our lives, so that business can open, and so that we can have a good summer season here at beautiful North Topsail Beach, nature's tranquil beauty. And that is my report tonight.
Mr. Eads, can you hear us? We do have a closed session on the agenda for tonight, but I haven't been able to get Mr. Eads. I don't know if we lost him. So with that in mind, I personally, since it's 10:41, would like to suggest if we could get a motion to adjourn the meeting.
So moved.
Second.
Aye.
Adjourn.